only one who wants to do that.
I don't think we're doing that, but maybe I like the idea.
A little strange.
Thanks, Garrett. Have a great show.
That's up to them. I am strange.
Oh my goodness.
I am strange.
We all are in our own little way. That's
Yes,
why we
we
work
are.
together so good, guys.
Some of us littler than
Not
others.
as public as others. But hey, that's what makes us special.
That's right. All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning starting at 4 a.m. Don't miss that 4 a.m. show.
All right,
guys.
you're there.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus, and let's get right to it. I want to get you to this news conference where we're hearing from Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, FBI Director Kash Patel. You also see Dr. Oz, who's the CMS administrator. They're speaking in Ohio and talking about a $30 million fraud scheme. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
And imprison you. Today, the Department of Justice is announcing significant fraud enforcement in the state of Ohio, as well as a historic fraud-fighting partnership with state of Ohio officials, which is exactly how it should be in every state. One that can serve as a template partnership for other states in this country. We welcome everyone, everywhere, to team up with our fraud division and our federal partners and our U.S. attorney's offices to bring fraudsters to justice. I want to talk about a few cases that we're announcing today, and I think you'll agree with me that some criminals have gotten so bold, so audacious as to defraud the government of tens of millions of dollars. I'm just going to give a few examples right now. It should shock your conscience. Today, we unsealed a 32-count indictment against 2 state employees and 2 other co-conspirators for allegedly billing $30 million to the government for therapeutic behavioral services that were never provided. We've also unsealed an indictment charging 4 defendants in a scheme to defraud a COVID program. Again, these programs, as we all know, were meant to benefit small businesses and individuals struggling because of the pandemic. In total, between our state and federal partners, today we're announcing charges that were either unsealed today or over the past week against 14 defendants allegedly involved in fraud schemes targeting over $50 million here in Ohio. And again, these numbers are staggering, but just the tip of the iceberg, both here in Ohio and nationwide. Sadly, Ohio is facing some of the most significant fraud schemes in the country. Medicare fraud, pandemic relief fraud, even an international romance fraud scheme that I think you'll hear about shortly. And to meet this challenge, to meet this crisis, our response has been and will continue to be aggressive, comprehensive, and we will not stop until we fix this problem. I want to emphasize something about what the cases that we're bringing represent. A unified, statewide fraud-fighting effort that's firing on all cylinders. You're going to hear from some of us today after I finish, the U.S. attorneys, federal investigative partners, state partners, and agencies that are going to move fast, they're going deep, and we're delivering results for the American people. So I want to take a moment and thank the prosecutors and agents who work these cases. They're not easy cases to work. They're not easy cases to investigate, but they're extraordinarily important to the American people and to restoring faith, trust, and justice in our systems. Also, to the leaders in Ohio, your commitment to this fight isn't just helpful, it's necessary for our success. This is an example when federal and state partners work together toward justice, our cases are stronger, the deterrence is greater, and the biggest problems facing our country, the ones we've been told are just the way it is, there's nothing we can do about it, start to look solvable because they are. I want to thank President Trump because he's told us time and time again that it is the mission of this Department of Justice every single day to be relentless in the pursuit of law and order. Americans deserve to live free of violence and fraud. Americans deserve to know that if someone lies or cheats or steals to get ahead, they will be punished, and they deserve a government that will never be taken advantage of by fraudsters. They're not just words, these are a promise that this department will keep. There's a lot of folks that want to say a few words, so I'm going to stop there. And I just want to, again, thank everybody behind me for being part of this fight. And it's now my honor to introduce the great Dr. Oz, who is, I can tell you from my phone and my text messages, working tirelessly 7 days a week to combat what we're here to address today. So I'll ask Dr. Oz to say a few words now. Thank you.
The moral indignation that the President feels, that many of you share, prompted the creation of the task force. Many of its members are on the dais today. Vice President Vance leads that endeavor and has boldly been able to create an all-of-government effect. All of government doesn't just mean all of federal government, it means all of state government as well. And I'm here representing Secretary Kennedy and some of the work that we've done looking at the numbers that are coming out of the federal government. Because the budget of CMS is large, it's $2 trillion roughly, it means it's a big target. And foreign players and maybe even foreign governments have been taking bits and pieces of this pie for a while. But they have been weaponized. And we see that here in Ohio, and we're speaking about the frustration that many Americans feel, left and right of the political spectrum, and certainly red and blue states both are experiencing this, which is why it was important for us to be here today. I was here last week with members of the CMS team, and we came because we're investigating home health care fraud, autism fraud, and a series of different ways that the federal government is being pierced with different arrows from criminal elements that desire to suck taxpayer dollars out of the federal government and out of state government coffers as well. I was visiting a facility called La Belle Home Health. It's run by woman Najumi Tatsing. You may not see her here today because she's in jail. And she went to jail because she was accused and convicted of taking billing practices to a level we had not seen before. She was billing for people who are deceased. Billing for dead people is a bad look in court. And it showed at her conviction when she was accused and appropriately taken out for doing things that we find reprehensible. Now, if she was the only one, we wouldn't be here in force. Unfortunately, this area around Columbus is responsible in Franklin County for 1/3 of all of the $1.5 billion spent on home health care in Ohio. Think about that. 1/3 of all of the money spent on home health care in the entire great state of Ohio is generated here. That's 3 times what you would expect. There's a road very close to where we are, 288 home health care facilities in that several block area on that one road. Again, it defies belief. Some of these buildings were vacant. You wouldn't put anybody up in those buildings, not certainly the place that would house home health care. Now, this is a mecca for Somalian populations. It's a hub for Nepalese and Bhutanese populations. These are insular groups, but we are naive to think that practices that were felt to be commonplace in other parts of the world wouldn't come to this great country if we didn't pay attention to some of the program integrity issues which were ignored en masse with the prior administration. So today we have 3 major announcements from the healthcare part of this fraud endeavor. The first is that the state of Ohio, and I want to applaud the Medicaid office here, they will be announcing at 1 o'clock, and please pay attention to that important announcement, that they are suspending 49 home healthcare providers who have been identified as high risk to the Medicaid program. These people have billed millions of dollars to take advantage of our most vulnerable. And if you're willing to steal from folks who are down and having a difficult time, you'll not just steal their money, you'll steal their health, you'll steal their lives. And we're seeing that. No more champagne on private jets for these people, no more new cars, no more luxury endeavors and vacations. It's done. We're coming after you wherever you are. And as Attorney General Blanche highlighted, we are earnest and serious in this endeavor. We will not be daunted. Ohio Governor DeWine also sought a 6-month moratorium for all new home health care and hospice in the state of Ohio. We granted that within a day, and we hope that will help at least slow the bleeding. using a surgical metaphor, so we can get a bandage on the wound, maybe put a couple stitches in, and take out some of the folks who have been stabbing the patient of Medicaid. Second big announcement, in order to solidify collaboration, CMS, Medicare, Medicaid, and Ohio are going to launch a state-specific Medicaid fraud room. It's going to copy the Medicaid fraud room created at the federal level by the task force. The findings surfaced through this state partnership, we believe, will free us to be able to directly collaborate at a national level, getting all states to understand what the problems are within their areas and accelerating our ability to take out high-risk providers. We'll identify them and we'll enforce actions around them. The applied behavioral analysis process, it's called ABA therapy for autism, has been scandalously abused. This is, again, taking advantage of children with autism, or getting their parents to lie about whether the child has autism, or weakening the system so the kids who actually need the services can't get them anymore. There are 9 providers that were paid more than $1 million to do this last year, these ABA services. We're going to go after them. We're going to deny some of the issues. In fact, 2 of these people were denied access to Medicare already. They should never have been in the Medicaid program. The top provider earned over $3 million. That's twice the closest competitor. And remember, the average provider of autism services gets paid around $200,000. So to have someone pay over $3 million is shocking. And the war room that's created with Ohio will be opening investigations on 2 home health care providers, and this war room is going to yield huge benefits. And finally, we want to speak a little bit about the fact that we have the need to audit states all over the country to help states understand where they are in comparison to all the other states. We don't have a national effort that allows states to at least get a best practices idea from surrounding areas. So we have now, and what I can announce today, asked the state of Indiana to work with Oracle Health to provide that exact set of information. So all the states now will be armed with information, for example, on high-risk providers. And the ABA therapy autism, as I mentioned before, we've asked all 50 states to revalidate these providers and other high-risk categories. Every single state has agreed. By this Friday, they're obliged to provide us with a specific plan. But if you're involved in some high-risk endeavor, these are endeavors that are unlicensed individuals, often in unsupervised settings, we want the states to go back and check who you are. We're not paying fraudsters for dishonest endeavors that hurt the American people. Now, it's my great honor to introduce a wonderful friend, all known to you as the head of the FBI, who's done a wonderful job taking this effort on seriously. And when CMS, when Medicare and Medicaid can crutch on law enforcement like we have with the DOJ and the Office of Inspector General and the FBI, it accelerates our path towards success. Kash.
Good morning. What is the FBI doing to combat fraud? It's pretty simple. We follow the money. We follow all the money. And thanks to President Trump's brilliant vision to decimate fraud across the country that has been fleecing Americans and our kids and our senior citizens for far too long, law enforcement finally has the backing to deliver like we are delivering here in the state of Ohio today. Thank you to Vice President J.D. Vance for leading the anti-fraud task force. In order to assemble this great team of individuals, you need true leadership across the country, and it starts in Washington, D.C. None of this work is possible without every single one of these individuals here and their teams at the state, local, and federal levels. It is truly a team lift, a unified effort under the Trump and Vance administration that has brought us here to just highlight some of the work that we are doing. Operation Playground Therapy is what the FBI is here to talk about today. As the Attorney General highlighted, literally tens of millions of dollars that was supposed to go to kids was stolen, allegedly, by individuals who worked in government and the private sector and thought they could fleece Americans and our treasure, our children, of the hard-earned dollars, the taxpayer dollars that we provide to support them in their time of need. Well, they got caught. And not only did they get caught, so many others got caught. Just take a look at some of the vehicles that are here as part of their ill-gotten gains and proceeds. They didn't just take the money, they paraded it around the country. And thanks to this team here, you are seeing what hard work, dedication to the rule of law, and true unified effort across all fronts when no one wants the credit and everyone wants to just do the work. These are the results that we're here to talk about today. Importantly for the FBI, and thanks to Vice President J.D. Vance's vision, he had an idea. He said, hey, you guys have a top 10 most wanted list for all gangbangers, terrorists, narco-traffickers, murderers, and rapists around the world. How about we have a top 10 list for most wanted fraudsters? So, Mr. Vice President, thanks to your vision, we're here to deliver, and you see it here today. It is live officially on the FBI website. I want all Americans to take a look at these most wanted individuals and look at the amounts, the tens of millions and billions of dollars in fraud that they have decimated our societies from. We rely on you. Our best form of information is the American public. Take a look at this top 10 most wanted. Let us know any information. There is no bad piece of information. The only bad piece of information is the one you don't give us. So call 1-800-CALL-FBI or go to FBI.gov and help us apprehend more fraudsters. The last thing I want to talk about is the work of the FBI and the interagency isn't just domestic. The fraudsters have created programs overseas that have fleeced Americans of billions of dollars. The FBI has led that charge against scam center compounds stood up in Southeast Asia and the Middle East, freeing thousands of trafficked workers. Just in the last year under the Trump Advance administration and the fraud initiative, we have captured and freed $8 billion in fraud in scam centers that were stood up by the CCP and other adversaries in places like Thailand, Laos, and Cambodia, and the Middle East. And we're working with our interagency and partners across the world to bring hundreds of individuals to justice. Just the other week in the Middle East, in Dubai, we arrested 300 individuals responsible for $4 billion in fraud. They prey on our senior citizens here from overseas. And this administration has made it abundantly clear there is no distance we won't travel to make sure we apprehend each and every one of these individuals. The FBI is leading the effort to scuttle these scam centers permanently, to free the traffic workers, and most importantly, to also secure our taxpayer dollars and make sure that this $8 billion and counting in scam center fraud that the FBI has delivered on so far only continues to grow. And we're going to keep doing it. I just want to thank the Attorney General, the interagency partnerships here, state and local. I've said it over and over again. The FBI's best partners are state and local law enforcement, and they're here today, and these are the results. And it's now my honor to introduce the Assistant Attorney General for the Fraud Task Force, Colin McDonald.
Thank you, Director Patel, and good morning to all of you. Thank you for being here. The war against fraud has come to Ohio, and we plan to leave no doubt as to who will win. That will be the team behind me, federal and state partners who have come together as one to battle the fraud crisis that has crippled our taxpayer-funded programs and robbed the American purse for too long. Under President Trump, Vice President Vance, and Acting Attorney General Blanche, the days of brazen thievery of taxpayer dollars is over. With our state and federal partners, the Department of Justice is rapidly deploying a fraud-fighting apparatus that is capable of fighting fraud no matter how big, no matter how small, no matter how hard. In the last 60 days, the Department of Justice has announced more than 550 fraud enforcement actions across the country, representing billions of dollars in attempted theft from the United States taxpayer. There is nowhere we won't go to fight fraud, and that includes here in Ohio. Today, Ohio's fraud-fighting team is uniting with us in historic ways to contribute uniquely to the fight against fraud. Attorney General Dave Yost, you'll hear from in a minute, is advancing an $11 million fraud action through the Medicaid Fraud Control Unit. And as he concludes his service in the Attorney General's office, we thank him for his years of commitment to Ohio and wish him well in his next chapter. The Fraud Division and Ohio Secretary of State Frank LaRose executed this morning a data-sharing agreement that provides the Fraud Division access to corporate registrant data held by the state of Ohio. This data will be used in proactive data analysis to quickly identify ownership links between clinics, labs, and billing entities that fraudsters use and hide behind to obscure control over healthcare fraud and other fraud schemes. We thank Secretary LaRose for collaborating with us today. Auditor Keith Faber continues to set the standard for state-led fraud investigations and for building enforcement capacity and coordination. His office has applied to the DOJ's Special Attorneys Grant Program to detail special prosecutors to the Department of Justice's Fraud Division, and we welcome all state and local prosecutors to do the same and follow Auditor Faber's lead. Treasurer Robert Sprague has formally joined the statewide Benefits Fraud Enforcement Task Force initiated by U.S. Attorney Gerace. His office will aim to bring critical financial analysis capabilities that will strengthen our ability to identify irregularities, prevent improper payments, and safeguard taxpayer funds. Each of these steps taken by these state leaders strengthen our ability to accomplish our shared fraud enforcement mission. The days of information silos are over. The leadership here and the willingness to innovate and collaborate is raising the standard for every other state. Ohio is proving what's possible when federal and state partners move in lockstep. Smarter detection, stronger enforcement, and real protection for the American taxpayer. The truth is, we need all hands on deck in every state. The National Fraud Task Force, the Department of Justice, and the Fraud Division will work collaboratively with anyone who is committed to ending fraud in America and saving the taxpayers' money. To state and local law enforcement, if you have something that could use federal muscle, bring it to us. We want to help. To the attorneys and the agents on the cases that are being announced today, thank you for your dedicated hard work to achieve the aims of justice. To the people of Ohio, if someone offers you a medical perk that sounds too good to be true, it is. If you see fraud or even suspect it, tell us. Your reports protect your neighbors, your communities, and your tax dollars. You can report fraud to tips.fbi.gov or in Ohio at 866-FRAUD-OH. And now to the fraudsters. You reap what you sow, and your seeds are deceit, greed, and corruption. We are resolved to till every field and turn over every rock to find you and bring you to justice. To all my partners, thank you. Let's keep going, let's keep up the fight, and let's leave no doubt as to the score. And I'll now turn the podium over to our great partner at the SBA, Administrator Kelly Loeffler.
As this news conference continues, we've got to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let's get you back to this news conference in Columbus, Ohio. You're hearing from Kelly Loeffler, the small business administrator right now. We've heard from the FBI director, the CMS administrator, the acting attorney general, all talking about a crackdown on fraud, especially when it comes to Medicaid services. We also saw the FBI unveil their top 10 most wanted fraudsters. Let's go ahead and listen back in as this news conference continues.
Team's hard work. There is no fraud too small. And that's why the SBA is proud to help deliver justice on behalf of America's job creators. Thank you. And it's now my honor to turn it over to our FTC chairman, Andrew Ferguson.
Good morning. We are here because President Trump decided to declare war on fraud, and the only way we could assemble a team like this, state officials, local federal officials, senior national federal officials, all to combat fraud, is because of President Trump's leadership. And he put Vice President Vance in charge of the anti-fraud task force, the point of the spear in the war on fraud, because Vice President Vance has the determination, energy, and leadership to carry this thing forward across the entire federal government along with our state partners. The Vice President has articulated a clear vision for how this war will go, a two-pronged attack on fraudsters. The Department of Justice and their partners in state governments and the Department of Homeland Security will put fraudsters in jail, and the agencies will make sure that we install safeguards so that the money never reaches the fraudsters' pockets in the first place. Today, you've seen both prongs of this attack on full display. The department getting arrest after arrest, indictment after indictment in the war on fraud. And the agencies led, for example, by Administrator Loeffler, SBA has done more work than almost any agency in the federal government to combat fraud, making sure that this money never gets back to fraudsters and the money that did go out the door is recovered. Today, I'm here to announce another major implementation in the agency part of this war on fraud. HHS Office of the Inspector General, led by March Bell in coordination with the task force, has decertified Hawaii's Medicaid Fraud Control Unit. Let me explain why this is important. Every year, the United States taxpayers send $2 trillion through Medicaid and Medicare out to the states. There are conditions on the money that goes out to the states, and one of them is very simple. If states want access to this money, they have to create a unit to fight fraud in those states, led by the attorney generals of those states. We are joined up here by Dave Yost. Ohio's Medicaid Fraud Control Unit is one of the gold standard control units for fighting fraud in the United States, and that is a credit to his leadership. The opposite has been taking place in Hawaii. For more than a decade, Hawaii's Medicaid Fraud Control Unit has received millions and millions of dollars to fight fraud and has consistently been one of the lowest performing fraud units in the country. They have been the subject of continued demands to improve their performance since 2014, dating back to the Obama administration. And from 2021 to 2025, Hawaii's Medicaid funding went up 27%. Their Medicaid enrollment went up 40%, and they did not produce a single conviction or obtain a single indictment of a fraudster from 2021 to 2025. And so this morning, the Inspector General, in coordination with the task force, exercised his statutory obligation to end the grants being paid to Hawaii, to make sure that money that goes out the door to the states is going to actually fight fraud. Less than a month ago, HHS sent a letter to every single AG in the United States and said, we are putting you on notice. For the first time, the Trump administration is going to take seriously the obligation that you have an effective Medicaid fraud control unit in your state. Everyone is on notice, and today Hawaii is being decertified for its abject failure to enforce state and federal law to prohibit fraud in Hawaii. And the reason this is important is because one of the requirements for getting Medicaid money for your state is to have an effective Medicaid fraud control unit. And if you don't have one, it can jeopardize the state's access to Medicaid money generally. So I want everyone in every state to look to the example of Dave Yost and Ohio. This is what you're striving for. Arrests, convictions, the protections of the taxpayers in your state and of the Medicaid programs in your state, and avoid becoming like Hawaii that has zero convictions and zero indictments to show for millions and millions of taxpayer dollars to fight fraud. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dave Yost, Ohio's Attorney General.
We're grateful for the resources and the interest of the federal government. We're fully committed here in Ohio to working with our federal partners to get results. Today, we've heard about several enforcement actions. We have a couple of indictments. One is a state case that was indicted just Wednesday in Butler County. We've been working on that case since the beginning of the year. And the federal case, which was indicted earlier this week in the Southern District, thanks to our partnership with United States Attorney Dominic Gervais, began in September of 24. These cases are pieced together by skilled investigators, people who have worked on this their entire career and burning the shoe leather that it takes to build a criminal case. You know, I began my career many years ago as a journalist. I've put together a story. I know what it takes to put together a story. I also know what it takes to put together a criminal case by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And it takes a lot longer to go to court with the case. I'm proud of my team that's put together these cases. In total, over $42 million just in these two cases. In both cases, the defendants, we allege, were exploiting families, supposedly providing kids with particularly behavioral services enrolled in community programs. The kids didn't even know they were enrolled in these programs, much less get any of the services. Neither do their parents. Complete fraud, top to bottom. I will repeat what's already been said. If you see something, say something. This is your money that's being stolen. I want to just point out that today marks something different. I've been engaged in this fight since I was the elected Auditor of State back in 2011. Through my 8 years as Auditor of State and almost 8 years now as Attorney General, I have been doing Medicaid investigations, prosecutions. I have never had the level of interest and support from the federal government under any administration that you're witnessing here today.
The Ohio Attorney General, Dave Yost, speaking right now at this news conference in the Columbus area where they're talking about some indictments, hearing some details of Medicaid fraud schemes that they have been investigating and looking into. We know the Trump administration has made a big focus lately on cracking down on this, and today just another example of that. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you back to this news conference where we're hearing about a major fraud scheme that's been uncovered and the Trump administration crackdown on Medicaid fraud across the country. They're speaking live right now in Columbus, or in the Columbus area. Dr. Oz, you see in the background there, as you also see acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, who the president just announced he plans to nominate for the Attorney General role. So let's go ahead and listen in as this news conference continues this morning.
Benefit from your criminal activity. I would now like to turn over to my colleague, United States Attorney Dominic Juris.
Thank you, Dave. Good morning. I want to start off by thanking Acting Attorney General Blanche and all of the distinguished attendees we have up here today joining us in Columbus to make these announcements. As a U.S. Attorney, I'm proud of the work that our prosecutors and the agents do here in the Southern District of Ohio. The indictments we've unsealed today are emblematic of the quality that we are capable of, and I want to commend my AUSAs and our partner agencies and agents for a job well done. Today we've got two cases, as mentioned by earlier speakers. One, a $30 million Medicaid fraud case. The other, a $1.4 million Paycheck Protection Program PPP loan fraud case. $30 million, $1.4 million. There's no number too big or too small that we will pursue to make sure that those who steal from the taxpayers are held accountable, and as importantly, that their ill-gotten gains are divested from them. And you saw a photo earlier of some vehicles, 14 luxury vehicles, relation to that Medicare fraud case, a McLaren, a Bentley, Mercedes, Land Rovers, $800,000 worth of vehicles that these individuals who are charged in this indictment obtained as part of the alleged scheme in our indictment. So I'm very proud of the work of our folks in this district and what they've done, and we'll continue to do, because our work is far from done. I want to assure the public that we are laser focused in this district on the problem of fraud, and that we are well equipped to do the work necessary to address that problem. Over the last few weeks, in addition to these cases we've announced today, our office has worked hand in hand with our partners at the FBI, HHS OIG, and the Medicaid Fraud Control Unit from Attorney General Yost's office, along with some prosecutors from his office, to obtain a search warrant that was executed just this morning on a home health care company located in Columbus, Ohio. And while that investigation is just beginning, and I'm not going to talk about any details due to that, I want to say the work that's been accomplished by our teams in that short period of time to obtain that warrant is a testament to our capabilities and the resolve that we have to combat taxpayer-funded fraud. And I believe that capability and resolve will only increase. We've announced today that we've assembled in the Southern District of Ohio a fraud task force, similar to a task force that's being assembled in the Northern District of Ohio by my colleague Dave Tepfer. That task force is designed to operate similarly to how we operate in the violent crime space. We're going to identify and target fraud offenders. We're going to be intentional about that, and we're going to make sure that we're injecting a greater sense of urgency into fraud cases than ever before. So I want to thank all of our attendees here today for coming to Ohio. It's an important time to focus on fraud in Ohio. I want to commend all my staff and prosecutors and the agents we work with. And I want to thank all the state and federal agencies up here today. All of those agencies have committed to our fraud task force in the Southern District, and we're looking forward to continuing the hard work that's already been done. Thank you. I'm now going to turn it back over to Attorney General Blanche.
All right, thanks a lot, everybody. Thank you, Dominic. All right, you just heard a lot of information. We're happy to take questions. If it's not to me, just address it to somebody else, so we'll make sure they get up here to the microphone. So the question is, how did this fraud start? I mean, I think it's been going on for a very long time. And by the way, the Department of Justice has prosecuted fraud cases for decades. This isn't a new thing we're doing. But what we realized over the past several years, there were certain jurisdictions, including Minnesota, where the compliance was so lax or non-existent that you could literally just steal millions and millions of dollars with nobody even checking, with nobody even investigating. And so when you talk about what Dr. Oz was talking about just stopping the flow of money, that's different than a criminal prosecution. That's a very basic step to say, wait a second, we're not supposed to be giving you money, putting aside whether you're committing a crime or not. And that wasn't happening. And you talk about what the SBA is doing. It's the same idea. There's compliance that we can put in place, but that we expect states to put in place. And so so this has been we call it a war, and it is. We call it a crisis, and it is a crisis because it's your money. Right? It's our money. The generosity of the American taxpayer is going out to just pure thievery. And so I don't think it's fair to blame a particular jurisdiction for the inception of the fraud, but there are certain jurisdictions like Minnesota that we have focused on, and now we're in Ohio, and it's happening in California and New York and other jurisdictions, but we need state partners like Ohio to say it's not, well, we're gonna do our own work to stop the fraud, and that's what we're hoping that being here today motivates other states to follow this lead. It's a great question. If there is a 5-year fraud that we charge, and we, like you just heard from our U.S. attorneys, we're getting cars, we're getting jewelry, we're getting homes, we're getting cash, but we're catching it at the end. Obviously, money is spent along the way. We're not going to be able to recover everything, and it is has to be a priority, and it is a priority to when we go after somebody to make sure we do everything we can to get their ill-gotten gains. It again goes back to what Dr. Oz was talking about, though. Stop giving them money, right? So when we turn off the funds because either states or we know that whether it's a center, whether it's a program, whether it's a hospital, whether it's an individual is not qualified, that also stops the flow of money. But it is our mission, and you heard about it today in the forfeiture proceedings that are happening, to not only arrest the bad guy, but also to get every single dime that they made off of this, because we have to create a disincentive that should not be worth it for these guys to do what they're doing. And until very recently, this was a phenomenal opportunity if you were a criminal. It was unchecked, the money was unlimited, and you could go, like you heard, you can go and buy houses, buy cars, and so that's what we're stopping.
This is a news conference continuing live right now as the acting attorney general takes questions from reporters. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you back to this news conference where we are listening to Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche taking questions right now from reporters in Columbus, Ohio. Let's listen in.
Earning, $30,000 a month, and another one earning $300,000, and they're the same size. There's something's not right there. So, what? Well, I'm not going to speak to what state officials here have said. I can only tell you about what we see and the results that we react to. What Colin talked about earlier about needing federal and state to work together in every state. When we had the opportunity to come here, when we saw the results that were happening here, we showed up here as opposed to anywhere else because of what we're seeing out of the Attorney General's office, state and local partners. We signed an MOU this morning that's going to allow us to share data. So I guess a local politician can talk, but then we can have people that actually do and act, and I'll take the do and act over just somebody talking any day. Yeah, go back. In the very back. Yes, right. So I think that when it comes to data sharing, transparency, access to records, sharing information, right? So it's one thing if a state agency has it, and it's another thing if that information actually gets to the right state partner or the right inspector general or federal partner. We cannot win this fight against fraudsters unless we work together. And by we, I mean all the federal partners. Like that means the Department of Justice working with the folks on this stage. It means the Department of Justice working with AG's offices. And so anytime you have anybody along that important path that stands up and says we're not going to do it, or we have an objection, we're not going to share information, it makes it more difficult. We're seeing that in Minnesota. Yet the governor of Minnesota happily say they were cooperating with us when we were executing dozens of enforcement actions around the state. When the truth is, he's suing us. He's not cooperating with us, okay? And so you can actually talk and say things like we'll cooperate, or you can do things like cooperate. And so again, going back to the question earlier, the reason why we're here is not because of talk and not because of what some politician says, but what is actually happening here. And so that's what look, Colin said it, and it's true. We will work with anybody. Director Kash said the same thing. If you have information, tell us, and we'll work with it. So, other questions? Second row, orange. Well, I think I can let the individuals speak to that about how often. It depends on the program. It depends on the state agency. We put a lot of trust in state governments to do the compliance and the auditing. Some states do a great job. You just heard about Hawaii. And by the way, we pay for it. You pay for it. Our tax dollars pay for it. So when we ask a state to spend the taxpayers' dollars wisely, we give them the tools to do so, financially and otherwise. And when we say that that the last administration was asleep at the wheel, it's because they were just letting it happen at these state levels. So when you talk about what Ferguson talked about, hey, we are going to send letters to every state saying you're on notice. That's what we should be doing. That's our job, to say we're giving you money. We want to make sure you're spending it the way you're supposed to be spending it. And if you're not, we're going to stop giving you money. We're going to decertify you, and you're going to have to come back and earn it. So we're reflecting on the very bad things that happened for many years, but we're done with it. We have a task force, we're focused on it every day, and we're moving forward, and we're already seeing extraordinary results in just over a month, 2 months, and the results I fully expect we'll continue to see. Go ahead. So yes, I'm honored and humbled that the president indicated he was going to nominate me today. I was with him last night at the dinner when he said that. I was confirmed a year ago to be the Deputy Attorney General. I still am the Deputy Attorney General. I will work with the senators. I have a good relationship with the Senate, both sides. I don't say no to phone calls. I'll meet with anybody that wants to meet with me. And I think the work that this department has been doing since President Trump took office, if you look at any stat across the board, it's much better. We're much safer. Our communities are better off. Drugs are coming off the streets, and that's what President Trump expects, and that's frankly what I think everybody in this country expects. So I'm looking forward to working with the senators and getting them the information they need through the confirmation process. Last question. Yeah. I mean, I can let others speak to that, but don't worry. I mean, the American people, the American government is extremely generous, and we want to help those among us that need financial help or services. That's why we have these programs. They're good programs. Nobody up here has said that having programs to help families with autistic children is a bad thing. So if you are a parent or somebody who works or runs a center that's doing the right thing, you ought not worry, because what we're doing is actually protecting you. What we're doing by going after the people that are taking advantage of the money and the programs that Congress has put in place and that the president fully supports, is we are making sure that the money goes to the right people. So I don't know if that's true. I think that people that are doing the right thing and parents that are doing the right thing and businesses that are doing the right thing are not worried. They're sleeping well at night because they know that we're not targeting them. We're not targeting people that are doing it right. We're targeting the criminals that are doing it wrong. Okay. All right. I want to thank everybody for coming today. Again, as we end, I want to thank the people on the first row and the second row here. This is a good day for Ohio, even though we're talking about crimes and fraud and stopping it. And so thanks to our partners and thank everybody for being here today. Thank you.
Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche there, shaking hands with CMS Administrator Dr. Oz. We heard from FBI Director Kash Patel, who's shaking hands now with some officials there in the Columbus area at the news conference that just wrapped up, where we heard a lot about Medicaid fraud, a $30 million scheme that was uncovered and that there have now been indictments unsealed in connection with as well. So there was that major aspect of this. We also heard the acting attorney general, who was asked a question near the end there about his confirmation, because President Trump announced his intention to nominate the acting attorney general, Todd Blanche, who was previously Trump's personal attorney, to be the head of the Department of Justice and serve as Attorney General. That is something that requires a confirmation from the U.S. Senate, and there could be some pushback to that nomination, and it could be an interesting and potentially contentious nomination confirmation process. That was what you heard him saying. I will talk to any senator, give them, speak with them, and we'll see what that process looks like. Right now, we are approaching the noon hour, and before we go to break here, I want to let you know a couple of the other things just on a national level that we are watching and kind of monitoring this morning. A couple of other hearings, one where the Secretary of the Treasury is testifying during a hearing on Capitol Hill right now, and he's being questioned, as you see there, from Congressmember Hearn. Let me also give you a live look where Secretary of the Agriculture Department, Brooke Rollins, is also testifying on Capitol Hill this morning. So a couple of administration officials being questioned on Capitol Hill again today, after we've seen several members of the Trump administration testifying over the past couple of days. Secretary Rubio was questioned for hours over the past couple of days, as was Secretary of Homeland Security Mark Wayne Mullen. So a busy day for members of Trump's cabinet, many of them testifying on Capitol Hill, and then others, as we saw, speaking at that news conference on fraud in Ohio. Well, we still have a lot to get to here on Fox 35 News Plus. Also, we're about an hour away from hearing from State CFO Blazin Golia, going to be holding a news conference in Ocala with the Marion County Sheriff's Office. We'll be live streaming that for you. Also, at the bottom of the hour, we are going to talk some theme parks and some new details about Monstropolis. That's the Monsters, Inc. themed land that's going to be coming to Hollywood Studios at Disney. So a lot of things still to come. We're going to dive into some local stories coming up here in just a couple of minutes. As we get ready to go to break here, let me give you a live look at downtown Orlando on this beautiful, beautiful Thursday as we approach the noon hour. So keep it right here on Fox Local, and we will be right back. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, I don't think we could design a prettier day out there.
You know, yesterday on Wednesday, I was talking about how we're going to go from August to April in the same day. And it came to pass. The cold front came through, and it was absolutely a stunner yesterday afternoon. And that beautiful, dry spring air mass is here for the next couple of days before we snap back to the reality of June, and that is humidity. Now, heads up, there's always a yin and the yang. There's always a good and the bad. The bad is that there's a really high risk for rip currents. Look at this Daytona Beach cam. Strong northeast wind is what's pushing in this drier air, making it feel so delightful outside. But it really does come at the cost of a high risk for rip currents. And you can see folks there in the water bobbing around. They've got to be careful. The risk here is real. Thankfully, there's lifeguards in this stretch. folks are need to be careful. There's a really high risk. They've had multiple water rescues in Volusia County from people getting pulled out. And it's a real thing. So anyway, you know the drill. 2 to 3 foot waves, water temp 81. It feels delightful out there. I mean, the water feels great. Dry and comfortable air for the next 3 days. Humidity returning early next week. And thunderstorms also come back next week with the humidity. Right now on Fox 35 Storm Tracker Radar, everything's quiet. Let's look at the dew points. This is the part that matters. 63, the current dew point in Orlando. So what does that mean? Well, dew point is a measure of how much water vapor is in the air. And when it's in the low 60s, it feels great. It's dry. But when dew points jump into the 70s, like they will Sunday afternoon in South Florida, that's when it's muggy. So if you happen to be in Miami on Sunday, it's going to be summer-like. But it's going to wait until Monday before that arrives here in Orlando. And even then, it'll kind of come in stages where it really won't be until the middle of next week that it feels tropical again. So right now, we're enjoying the dry air. All right, let's get you out the door this afternoon on this June the 4th. Beautiful and comfortable, low 80s at 11, mid 80s by 3. It'll be warm, but it's not going to be that like oppressively muggy, heavy air. 87 in Leesburg today, 86 Claremont, 83 at Cocoa Beach, 84 degrees in Melbourne. Northeast winds persist, and it'll stay nice and comfortable, at least the quality of the air through the weekend, although admittedly it will be slowly warming up back toward 90 for Saturday and Sunday. But I think it'll be great weather, especially in the mornings and the evenings for any yard work or going for a run. The humidity, Garrett, comes back Tuesday and Wednesday. And along with that, we get into our typical afternoon rain chances, which I think by then we'll probably be hoping for a few downpours around the area just to help the lawns and gardens. But this will be really good. Everything is going to green up really fast. We had all that rain. The sun now is going to allow it to grow. And we'll be doing a lot of mowing of the lawn, I can tell you that.
Yeah, but you won't be sweating as much when you're doing it because the humidity, we get a few days break. So I
never do yard work during the week because, you know, we're busy. Yesterday was so beautiful. I was like, I'll just do a little weed whacking. And then it became, I'll just do a little mow. And then it became the whole thing. I was there for like 2.5 hours, got it all done. Not a drip of sweat. It was a novelty. I loved it.
Yeah, well, don't get used to it.
I know.
535 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it. Thanks, Garrett.
Let's give you a live look right now over downtown Orlando and Lake Eola on this Thursday afternoon. It was just a little bit ago, earlier this morning, where we saw a new swan boat unveiled. Commissioner Patty Sheehan unveiling a new rainbow-wrapped swan boat at Lake Eola, saying it's a symbol of unity for the city. I want to play for you as we heard from Commissioner Sheehan at this unveiling at Lake Eola just a little bit ago.
Good morning. I'm Rodney Williams, Director of Families, Parks, and Recreation. We're really glad you are here to celebrate a great new addition to the park. Our swan boats are an iconic part of Orlando, but today we get to introduce a brand new addition to the fleet. Our goal is to give residents and visitors a fun new experience when they spend time on the water here at Lake Eola. We wouldn't be standing here today without Commissioner Sheehan, who did the work to bring this idea to life. Thank you, Commissioner, for your leadership and for everything you do to support our parks. This new amenity has been closely guarded, and it wouldn't be right for me to spill the beans, so please welcome District 4 Commissioner Patty Sheehan.
Thank you, Rodney. It's really a pleasure to be here. Thanks for all of you for being here. Family Parks and Recreation staff, thank you for all you do every single day because you make this park beautiful and special. And thank you, Family Parks and Recreation staff, for everything that you do. And I also want to thank Raps for Less. And I can't take credit for it. This was their idea, and I just paid for it. But I thought it was awesome. What a great idea. With everything that's been going on in our state and in our country, it's important to celebrate community. 10 years ago this month, this community came together to respond with love after the Pulse massacre. Our entire downtown was lit in rainbows. To the LGBTQ+ community, it is our symbol of love. Gilbert Baker, who designed the rainbow flag, he said, "We needed something to express our joy, our beauty, our power, and the rainbow did that." There are many who will try to deny our colorful community and love. And to them I say, you can't stop the rainbow. Okay, we're going to stop for a second and take this away so that we can. Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Grabs for less. Come on up. I messed up.
Don't worry.
All right.
Well, guys, thank you for having us here. My name is Victor, and I'm with Wrap Soles. We are a vehicle wrap advertising company, and we're located right here in Orlando. We thank City of Orlando for having us here too. It's an honor for us being part of this, community and diversity. We thank you, and we hope to, keep doing this. We did, the Golden Swan Boat too, so we're gonna keep doing this with the City of Orlando. And thank you for coming, having us here.
Give me 1 second. Let me make sure all media is in position. Everyone got a good shot. All right, everybody good? All right, 3, 2, 1, pull it. Woo! Oh, nice! All right. Oh, she's beautiful. Oh my gosh! Yay!
The new Swan boat unveiled just a little bit ago. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. 12:08 p.m. Give you a live look at Capitol Hill, where just a little bit ago, Congresswoman Maria Elvira Salazar, Republican from Florida, held a news conference where she talked about the Dignity Act and housing affordability. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us today. That Dignity Act is an immigration reform bill that would present a path to legal status for many. And so that was a focus of this news conference. But again, with the kind of look and focus on housing affordability as well, and kind of how those two things may tie together. I want to play this news conference. You're going to hear from several officials, including at the end there, Congresswoman Maria Elvira Salazar. Again, this was just a little bit ago outside the U.S. Capitol.
My name is Rebecca Shi, and I am the CEO of the American Business Immigration Coalition Action. We are a national bipartisan coalition of over 1,700 CEOs and business associations advocating for common sense, long-term immigration and workforce solutions. First, I want to thank the Problem Solvers Caucus, which is chaired by Congressman Tom Suozzi and Brian Fitzpatrick. They're walking over as we speak. and the bipartisan members. Really grateful for Congresswoman Gielan, who's already here with us, and the chief sponsor of the Dignity Act, which you will hear from in a little while, Maria Salazar. Their bipartisan leadership is exactly what our country needs. Today, we are proud to announce the Housing Affordability Tour, with the Structural Building Components Association, the leaders that you see behind me, because housing across America is unaffordable, and the answer is the Dignity Act. Right now, our workforce faces a crisis that is actively driving up the cost of housing. The U.S. housing market is short an estimated 3.7 million homes. We cannot build our way out of this shortage because the construction industry relies on immigrants. Over 26% of overall construction workforce are immigrants, and over 50% of all critical trades like drywallers and roofers are immigrants. The aggressive enforcement, the court challenges to temporary protected status, and severe DACA work authorization delays are removing thousands of long-term, highly vetted and skilled professionals from the construction workforce. The result? Housing projects stall, costs skyrocket, housing supply decreases, and Americans are forced to pay the high prices for their homes. The Dignity Act is absolutely vital to lowering home prices for Americans by providing a legal pathway and stable work permits for long-term contributors. It secures the skilled labor pipeline required to ramp up home building. The president has successfully secured the border. It is past time to secure our workforce. Together with the Structural Building Components Association, we are kicking off the Housing Affordability Tour with events across the country to build support for the Dignity Act. Let's protect our economy, build quality and affordable housing, and lower costs for all Americans. Thank you, and next I am honored to introduce the president of the Structural Building Components Association, Larry Dix II. Larry?
Yay, Larry. Yay, yay. Well, good morning. Thank you for having me today. My name is Larry Dix. I'm the president of the Structural Building Association. Components Association. I myself am a component manufacturer in Virginia. It's a 26-year family business. We have truly enjoyed having and doing substantial work. Spent the majority of my career helping provide the structural elements that frame America's homes and supporting the workforce that makes it all possible. The SBCA represents a massive, quiet engine for American housing. The industry comprises of over 1,300 manufacturers in the United States, employing nearly 40,000 individuals and also revenue of $10 billion. The vast majority of our members are small, family-owned businesses just like mine. Every single day, we work very hard, hand in hand with builders, to frame homes more efficiently, safely, and cost-effectively. In fact, approximately 73% of homes are built with trusses in America, manufactured by companies like ours. Off-site component manufacturing helps builders use labor more efficiently, reduces material cost, and shortens construction timelines, and ultimately helps make housing more attainable for the American dream affordability. But we cannot build these number of homes without a strong, reliable workforce. The reality is that foreign-born workers play an indispensable role throughout the entire supply chain, including the component manufacturing facilities and on job sites across the country. These workers help our members meet demand, keep projects moving, and support local economies. This is why today SBCA is incredibly proud to partner with American Business Immigration Coalition to officially endorse the bipartisan Dignity Act and launch our National Housing Affordability Tour. Through the tour, we are going to open the doors to all of our facilities across the country to members of Congress. We want policymakers to see firsthand how new homes are built, the workforce challenges our members face and the direct connection between workforce stability, housing supply, and consumer affordability. If we are serious about increasing housing supply and lowering costs for our families, we must support policies like the Dignity Act that help ensure the construction industry has the workforce it needs to build homes. To that end, I would like to extend our deepest thoughts and thank yous for the champions who are leading this charge on this vital bipartisan, and thank you to all the Congress for doing all this, the House. And I will turn this over to our advocacy chair, Chris Tachi.
We're gonna just have the co-chair of the Problem Solvers Caucus, because we're so grateful for their support of the Dignity Act, Mr. Tom Swazi.
Okay, thank you, Rebecca. So just so everybody knows, the Problem Solvers are 46 members of Congress, 23 Democrats, 23 Republicans who try to break through some of the toxicity here in Washington, D.C. to actually find common ground to get things done. And one of the things that we've done recently as a group is we've endorsed the Dignity Act. We have to recognize the fact that I'm a Democrat, and I'll say something that most Democrats probably wouldn't want me to say. But the president was right that we needed to secure the border. The president was right that we need to go after violent criminals. The president was right that we need to go after the cartels, but he's squandering that success by not addressing these very real problems that exist in our society right now, with so many families getting broken up, so many people that go to work every single day, work hard, have been here for 10, 20, 30 years, and are living in fear, and they can't do the jobs that are necessary for us to secure the workforce in the United States of America. Let's build a coalition of people like Rebecca Shee and the American Business Immigration Council that are working together to say business needs these workers, the economy needs these workers. Let's bring in badges. Let's bring in law enforcement who says we don't want to push people underground so they're afraid of law enforcement. Business, badges, and the Bible. Let's bring people who actually care about other people, who want people to be treated with human dignity. My father was born in Italy. He lived a great American success story. First kid in the neighborhood to go to college, fought in World War II, got the Distinguished Flying Cross as a navigator on a B-24, came back and went to Harvard Law School. Couldn't get a job at a law firm because the Italians were discriminated against in the 1940s. Even though he went to Harvard Law School, he had to start his own law firm in our hometown of Glen Cove. And at 28 years old, he ran for city court judge of our hometown of Glen Cove and became the youngest judge in the history of New York State. This is a great country. And immigrants are such an essential part of this country, of making this country the great country that it is and will always be. But to do that, we need to embrace these valuable people that live in our communities, that do the hard work, that make our communities work. So I'm so excited to be here today with the American Business Immigration Council, with Maria Salazar, who's one of the main sponsors of the Dignity Act, my colleague Laura Gillen from Long Island, who shares a lot of the same feelings that we all do. Let's all work together. Let's build this coalition, business being such an important part of the coalition, to say we need to secure the workforce and to treat people with dignity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and we're so grateful for the Bipartisan Problem Solver Caucus's support. Next, I'm honored to introduce Congresswoman Laura Gillen from Long Island, New York.
Thank you. Good morning. It is a pleasure to be here with all of you this morning. I'm Congresswoman Laura Gillen from New York, and I came to Congress to work across the aisle to fix our broken immigration system. I'm proud to have helped introduce the Bipartisan Dignity Act, which will reform immigration, grow our economy, and create jobs. Thank you to ABIC Action and SBCA for organizing this event today. Your support for the Dignity Act shows how this bill will help benefit so many key industries across our economy. I was proud to be an original co-sponsor of the Dignity Act, led by Congresswomen Escobar and Salazar, and I'm glad that the Problem Solvers Caucus has officially thrown its support behind this bill. It's rare to get bipartisan agreement on anything these days, especially a hot-button topic like immigration. After 30 years of inaction from both parties, this bill offers the common sense solutions to solve the crisis that is hurting the American people. We cannot afford to not take action. Right now, we're facing a construction workforce shortage and sky-high housing costs. The Dignity Act will help deliver relief to this situation. On Long Island, we feel this crisis acutely. The average cost of a Long Island home has skyrocketed past $700,000, and in many neighborhoods, it's even higher. We see the heartbreaking reality that seniors, young adults, and working families cannot afford to stay where they grew up and raise their families. They are being priced out of their own communities because our housing supply cannot meet demand. We have the lack of opportunities in the workforce to build new homes, projects are delayed, supply plummets, and costs skyrocket even further. The Dignity Act provides a renewable work authorization for hardworking, tax-paying, vetted individuals who have already been here for more than 5 years. This is not a fast pass to legal status for businesses or workers to abuse. That's why this bill mandates E-Verify to ensure that businesses hire workers legally. It will strengthen our workforce and the construction industry, helping meet demand and drive down the cost of new homes and new projects. Recently, I've heard from countless local business owners who are the backbone of Long Island's economy, and they all are telling me the same thing. Without a stable workforce, they cannot sustain their businesses or grow. That is why the Dignity Act is so critical. The American people are tired of inaction to fixing our immigration system. They want a secure border and a tough but fair process for those who follow the law and give back to our country. The Dignity Act delivers both, helping our businesses, our communities, and making it easier to build more housing so the next generation can afford the American dream of owning a home. Thank you so much, and I turn it back to you.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman, especially also your leadership on TPS with Congressman Lawler, so really appreciate it. Next, I'm honored to introduce the champion, the chief sponsor of the Dignity Act, Congresswoman Maria Salazar.
Thank you. Yay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Pleasure to be here with the members of the news media. Thank you very much for showing up. That way our colleagues know what's happening, leadership in both parties. Delighted to be here with Tom Suozzi, who has been instrumental in making this bill have legs on the United States Congress, showing it to the problem solvers, showing it to the other side of the aisle, to making it a very very strongly bipartisan piece of legislation. So thank you very much for your leadership, and delighted to be working with you. And to Congressman Carvajal, who's behind me, thank you very much for joining us. Same to Laura Gillen. We need a bipartisan vehicle, piece of legislation, so our President Trump can have an instrument so he can put an end to this immigration chaos that we've had for 40 years. It's time to fix the immigration situation. And now that there are so many sectors that are affected by not having clear laws on the books, and one of them is the construction sector, the construction industry. I'm just going to give few remarks and give some stats that will prove to you that what we're trying to do is good for the American average citizen. The Dignity Act is a housing affordability bill disguised as an immigration legislation. You cannot build 4 million homes without the workers needed to build them. Every time construction projects are delayed, it means higher prices for the average American family who wants to own a home right now. Because having your own house or your apartment or your home is part of the American dream. So I always say that this is the Dignity Act to give dignity back to that average American family. Not only to those immigrants, the illegals who want to stay in this country with no path to citizenship. This is a bill for the average American worker. Reality is that 33% of American construction workers are foreign-born. That is not theory, that's reality. 1/3. 33% in construction, 50% in agricultural. There are many sectors that are hardly impacted or highly impacted by the foreign hands in our country. The more we remove those hands from those sectors, specifically from the construction area, building those homes are going to be more expensive. The Dignity Act is very simple. It helps build quicker, build better, and build more affordable. more homes, more structures for people to live in. You know, affordability is now the word of the moment, right? So we want to bring affordability to the average American person, the average American family. Well, the more hands you have in that construction site, the quicker is going to get built and the cheaper is going to be able to be put in the market. Amnesty is not dignity. Amnesty is what illegals have now. Amnesty is what's happening right now. Free roads, free schools, free hospitals. Where we're giving these workers in the construction sector specifically is a path to stay in this country legally with never, never, never a path to citizenship. No federal programs, having them to pay a fine, 1% of their salary. And then on top of that, allowing them to stay in those construction sites so they can continue being the drywall and everything that has to do with that industry. Everywhere I go, I hear the same thing. Housing costs are too high. Every time I talk to a home builder, I hear the same thing. They don't have enough hands to build those homes, and the Americans are waiting. According to the latest study from the Home Builders Institute and the National Association of Home Builders, labor shortages add more than 2 months to construction timelines, increases $13 billion annually for not having those hands. More than 20,000 single homes were never built last year because there were not enough hands on the field. Again, and again, and again. If you don't have the hands, then you don't have the structure, then that structure costs more, and then people who are waiting cannot live in their own home. It's simple. So we, in a bipartisan fashion, we are presenting to our leadership in both parties a solution specifically to our president. This is not amnesty. This is dignity. Dignity for the average American family who wants to own a home. Again, who builds the American homes? Immigrants do, in critical trades like drywall, roofing, plastering. Immigrants make up more than 60% of the workforce. These are people who are not taking jobs away from the Americans, because that's another of the arguments that I always hear. Well, you are trying to sponsor a legislation that is taking jobs away from the average American worker. It's not true. The average American worker has chosen not to participate in this type of activity. Drywall, roofing, plastering. That's why 60% of the workforce in those construction sites are either illegal or they are immigrants. Why? Because the average American has other choices that are a little bit more comfortable than putting drywall up or than roofing. I come from the city of Miami, where you have 93 degrees during probably 6 months of the year. Tell me, who would want to be on that roof under that sun putting that tar? Because if you don't have a roof, you don't have a home, right? Because you cannot have a home with a roof. So you need roofers. And who does that? The illegals, the immigrants, the people who came here because they want to have an opportunity. Well, why don't we give them the opportunity to put that roof for that average American family who's going to buy that home? And that person is never going to become an American. That person does not have a criminal record, and that person is going to contribute to the American economy. Simple. Thank God that you guys have understood that. And to end so we can give opportunity to others to speak. Bottom line, more workers means more homes means lower cost. Lower cost means the American dream. The American dream is the Dignity Act. And basically we are writing this, like we wrote this legislation so the average American can have dignity and live in their own homes. Thank you for the opportunity. May the Lord help us and help the President of the United States understand that this is his moment. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Congresswoman Maria Elvira Salazar speaking earlier today outside the U.S. Capitol. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Got a lot of new details today about Monstropolis. That's the new Monsters Inc. land that's going to be coming to Disney's Hollywood studios. And so joining us live now to talk about what we are learning about all of this, I've got not only Drew, the Disney dude, but also Theron White, lead publisher of EYNTK.info. Always good talking with y'all, and appreciate you joining us today here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Opportunity recently, and now we can finally talk about it to actually step behind the construction walls for Monstropolis at Hollywood Studios with the Imagineers bringing this land to life. And it's just very cool to actually hear their insight in how this land is taking shape with, in my opinion, recently the construction has been moving very quickly. And we actually got a video from Walt Disney Imagineering about what we're seeing take shape right now. So if we could play that video, I think that'd be like the perfect segue to talk about what we saw.
Welcome behind the construction wall at Monstropolis, where we're busy preparing for Human Day, the very first time that humans will be invited to Monstropolis by the Department of Human-Monster Relations in celebration of Human Day. Humans understanding that monsters are nice. We really don't separate ourselves. We've got storefronts and shops and schools and beautiful theaters, just like we have in the human world. And here we're creating the space where monsters live, work, and play, including Mike and Sully's Walk to Work from their famous brownstone all the way up to Monsters, Inc. and the beautiful rotunda as they check in. So we're bringing all the monster finishes and fit, the scales, the claws, the horns, all the expectations that you have in this wonderful world to create an environment that's truly immersive, that really can let you explore what it means to be a monster and understand that they're not that bad. Remember, we're in a post-scare world. We've already discovered that human laughter is much more powerful than screams. But the Department of Human-Monster Relations is making sure that we can work together to solve Monstropolis' energy needs, but also entertain the human world and make sure they understand that monsters are really your friends. So let's come have some fun in Monstropolis and experience our similarities, what we have in common, and also what makes it distinctive. And don't be afraid of all the scales and fangs and horns. They're just part of the architecture.
So pretty cool there, guys, to see that, and learn a little bit more about the story behind everything.
It was really cool to be able to go beyond those walls and kind of get a first perspective, because we see a lot of the aerial footage and photos. If there's a guy that's famous, his name is BioReconstruct, and always takes all these photos and gives us updates about what's happening. But I think one of the things that was important for us is we were standing there on the second floor of what was the Pizza Rizzo back when it was the Muppets Courtyard, and they have actually knocked out one of their stores. It is completely demolished, and you'd be surprised how much of a difference that has made. It made the area seem so much bigger, so much more open, and from that perspective, you could look all the way down as you were looking towards the construction of the eventual door coaster. And I don't know, I feel like this area never felt big before, but by the time they're finished with this, I feel like this is going to feel like a very large land.
And what, just remind us, either one of you, what all is going to be there? What do we know about what all is going to be kind of included in that land?
So we don't know all the details right now. The things that have been announced is we know we're going to be getting a Disney First roller coaster. It's going to be a suspended roller coaster, so you're actually going to fly by with the doors through the Monsters, Inc. factory. We know that there is going to be a large show, but we don't know exactly what that show is going to be about. And then one of the confirmations, which I know people are going to be very happy about, the iconic Japanese restaurant where you can go and get sushi, Harryhausen's, is going to be in this land. I'm very interested to see what Disney does, if it's going to be more authentic or if they're going to monsterify it a little bit. But we know that that is going to be in there, as well as some monsters that are going to be going around, and we expect to get more details this upcoming August at the D23 Expo.
Yeah, and just to build on to what Theron just said, you said it perfectly. I cannot say it any better myself. Just like actually being on that site, and I think the cool part about being on that Pizza Rizzo balcony is that we were actually looking at the scale of that 100,000 square foot roller coaster. And like Theron mentioned, from aerial photos 3,000 feet in the air, doesn't really sell how big this is going to be, where you kind of have to walk into this land and discover that it's back there pulling you in, saying, hey, come back here and check out this awesome roller coaster. And that's actually one of my favorite design philosophies with Imagineering, is how everything isn't just right in front of your face, but you're actually encouraged and rewarded by walking around these lanes and really finding all of these little hidden details. And when we were on our side tour, Imagineers actually compared this to Zootopia at Shanghai Disneyland. And in my opinion, that land is the most alive Disneyland, with details characters, music, storefronts, and they're really bringing all of that DNA, but now into the world of Monsters, Inc. And I guess just to add on to that even more is the new details we got today for Monstropolis is why we're actually walking into this land. You know, you have these two attractions, you have these two dining locations, but now we know that we're visiting on Human Day, which Scott mentioned in that video. Humans understand monsters are nice, and that's all thanks to the newly formed Department of Human Relations, a fun play on HR. So I always love when Imagineering gets to be original within these stories. Yes, Monsters, Inc. is a very strong, beloved, established IP, but they said, hey, well, we're building our first land. How can we make this original within this world? And that's what I really like.
What's your kind of takeaway from what we're learning about this story and kind of the setup for that? Drew, you talked about it. It's original. I mean, it's not necessarily like we're just walking into the scene from the movie. What we're going to be getting is kind of a new experience there.
Yeah, I'll share my thoughts, and then I want to hear Theron's as well, because I know that multiple times on that side tour, Theron and I were looking at each other like, we cannot believe that we're actually getting to do this right now. I think my main takeaway just from not only seeing the construction and how quickly this has been moving recently, but like I mentioned, that originality within this world, I'm a big fan of. And also the fact that they were talking about that deep collaboration with Pixar and Pete Docter and his teams. And it seems like, I can't confirm this, but my mind was like, it almost seems like they're being able to do more than they were originally anticipating, thanks to that collaboration and really how confident they are in doing the story right now. How this has been on the table for decades, but it really seemed like now is the time to do this. And I'm optimistic for what's to come, though we don't know exactly when it's opening. It's just nice to see this work really progressing well.
I would definitely agree that it has been decades probably of them wanting to do this. I mean, the original movie came out in 2001, and I think the second the movie came out, people looked at those doors and said, wow, I really wish I could do that on a roller coaster. And now, 25 years later, Disney is working on that exact project. And I have been a Monsters, Inc. fan for a long time. Years ago, when I worked for Walt Disney World, I actually was with the entertainment teams that would help bring those characters to life every day. So I'm very close when it comes to these monsters, and I am so excited for this land. I kind of like that we not only are getting a continuation of the story, but it's different than what we get with Star Wars Galaxy's Edge. Star Wars Galaxy's Edge takes us to a new planet where you can learn its storyline and get immersed, but if you don't know that new planet, you might not feel as immersed up front. You kind of have to look for those details like the Millennium Falcon. Where this one, we are going to be stepping into that property that we know and love. You're going to recognize these sites, you're going to see the characters that you know, but at the same time, we are going there after the film has happened. So we're kind of seeing what's happening later on. Now, how are we using laughs to power the entirety of the city? And I do think it's funny, though, even though they're focused on laughs now, I wonder how much power they're going to get just from people screaming while they're on the roller coaster. I don't know if that'll be tied in, but I'm kind of hoping that's something that they mention.
That's a really good point there. So you talked about, this is a movie that has been out for a while. So what do you think maybe took so long for us to get a ride like this? And why is now kind of the right time for this, even after all these years?
Theron, you want to go first?
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that sometimes it just takes a really long time for a property to show up. I mean, Disney has, as you know, an insane amount of intellectual property, and so they have so many things they can pick through. They might want to use this brand new movie that just came out, or sometimes they sit on stuff for 30, 40 years. The Imagineers talk a lot about how if there's a great idea, it doesn't die. It sometimes just sits on a shelf, and they eventually go and grab it and pull it back down. And so I think that's what this is. It was the right timing, the right place. They knew that they could build a unique coaster, because a suspended coaster is not brand new for the world, but it is new for Disney parks, and there's a lot of people that Disney is their only theme park destination, so this is a new ride system for them. I think it works with the story, it works with them moving the Muppets, and I think that's really how it just lined up, is Disney probably does 10,000 surveys a day, and they said, all right, it's time for the monsters.
Yeah, I agree. And I also think that we haven't even talked about this yet just because so much information was shared with us. But I just remembered that when we were on that tour, they were talking really about, again, that collaboration and making this feel like its own thing and the authenticity and immersion. And also the fact that this land is going to feature new technology in some way, though we don't have the specifics as of now. My hope is that that's a big focus at D23 in August, and they actually kind of teased that today on the announcement on August 15th. I'm like, that's kind of interesting. So I just think it's a combination of what Theron just said, right? Guest feedback and being able to tell the story now. And also maybe where technology is finally meeting the ideas that they've had, right? Like maybe if they said, well, hey, if we're going to replace Muppet Vision 3D, this needs to be something big, right? To really line up with what you have at Hollywood Studios as well. there's a lot of entertainment at Hollywood studios. So what makes this show unique and really is going to get people back in that theater, along with, like we've talked about many times now, but this is a very big deal, having a suspended coaster in a Disney park to really make that attraction feel as authentic as possible. And also then the dining with Harryhausen's, the new quick service location, and all of that originality. I think you take all those things, you bring it together, and they said, hey, let's pull the trigger, let's do this. And also the fact that we have the Muppets back in the park now's the time to focus on this land. So I think everything is kind of aligning, and that's why I'm hopeful for what's to come.
Well, and one of those things that we've seen too that clearly has staying power, that you don't always necessarily know, what the shelf life or the popularity of a film might be. But here we are still, years and years later, and people know Monsters, Inc., people watch it, people love it. So it's just one of those things that has had some staying power and that you would certainly expect to in the future, especially for new generations who may kind of discover it through the ride. I mean, who knows?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's definitely correct. I think not only with the original film, but then we got Monsters University, then we had the Disney Plus show. All of those things lined up that years and years later, there were so many new kids that got to see the Monsters for their very first time. And one of the things I wanted to make sure I mentioned before I forgot, for all of our locals, they know that we call Orlando the City Beautiful. And I really like that Disney announced today that it's going to be called Monstropolis, the City Frightful. So just a fun little play on words, a little nod to Orlando, of course. And I think that's just, that's a Disney detail that might get missed, but I feel like that's Disney's whole thing, is catching them in the details.
Yeah, and just the fact that these are timeless characters, Garrett, like you mentioned, I feel like we're all bringing up fantastic ideas. Timeless characters, it's still popular to this day, the music, the food, and I guess those are the things that we don't even really know yet is, we know that story is original on Human Day with the Department of Human Relations, but you could take that even further with the theater show, that quick service location, Harryhausen's. You have those iconic things, that good balance of originality, the story that we know and love. So yeah, no, it's just fun to finally learn more about this. It's crazy to me that it's almost been 2 years since this land was announced. Like we're almost 2 years. Like my mind is fried with how fast time is moving and how much is happening. But yeah, no, it's just exciting to learn more, and I'm very excited for what's to come.
Yeah, it's neat to learn more about. We can't wait to learn more. Hopefully at D23 in August. So we will certainly be talking more about it throughout the summer as that construction continues. Like you said, they've been making a lot of progress. Well, Drew Smith, Theron White, always enjoyed talking with you guys. Thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thanks, Garrett. Appreciate you guys.
Always happy to join.
We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'll give you a live look right now inside the Marion County Sheriff's Office, where in about 15 minutes we expect to hear from the state CFO, Blaise Ngolia, who is going to be joined by the Marion County Sheriff, Billy Woods. They are going to be holding a news conference there. We don't know what the topic is, but we will bring that news conference to you when it begins. Again, that one's scheduled for around 1 o'clock, so we'll be keeping an eye out for that. Meanwhile, let me get you to Capitol Hill. We are hearing more testimony from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, answering some questions from lawmakers in this hearing about priorities for the Treasury Department. Let's go ahead and listen in.
What I would call the sanctions level from a 3 to a 6. So the Trump administration could adhere to those sanctions, and we have. In October of 2025, President Trump asked me how could he really turn the heat up on Russian Federation, and I said, you could do what no one else has done, sanction Lukoil and Rosneft, and that has been done. So make no mistake, Congressman, that this administration has been tougher than any country in the world on the Russian Federation. And the Europeans, I believe that they are on their 20th sanctions package now, which they're very proud of. But I believe that means their other 19 have failed.
So just to follow up, Mr. Secretary, do you believe that and this is an open-ended question, that's why we're having this conversation, do you believe that the current sanctions structure is sufficient? Do you think any changes need to be made to that? And if you could address the issue of the waiver as well.
Well, with the waiver's done two things. It has kept overall global energy prices lower, and the other thing it has done, during World Bank, IMF week, many of the most vulnerable countries asked me to continue the waiver. I had not intended to, and we have. My guess is, or my strong inclination is, that if there are further waivers, that they will be country-specific and not generalized. And the Russian Federation has seen very little incremental revenue because of the waivers. Their oil was always going to China, and now the oil can go to our allies.
Gentleman's time has expired. I'd like to recognize Ms. Tenney for 5 minutes.
Over here. Thank you so much, Secretary Bessent, for being here. And while we're on the energy topic, I do come from New York, where we've banned natural gas drilling, and we're talking about affordability. We still haven't hit the peak gasoline prices in my state that we had under the Biden administration, and we weren't dealing with a conflict in the Middle East. We didn't deal with the Democratic shutdown of our Department of Homeland Security last fall. We also didn't kill the Keystone Pipeline, banned all new oil and gas leases, and also restrict leasing on 13 million acres of land in Alaska. And the Biden administration was only able to bring prices down by releasing 50 million gallons in November of 2021, another 180 million gallons, a million per day in March of 2022, and that was the only reason our gas prices came down. So as a New Yorker who's very sensitive about energy prices and really bad energy policy that's driving up the costs in our state. And you can look, I think if you looked at some of the stats you've put out, if you just took out New York and California, for example, the prices would probably be substantially lower on average, and actually your numbers would look even better. So I just want to say thank you for recognizing some of those things that I think my colleagues on the other side haven't seen. But I do want to give you...
Congressman, I would say that no one likes paying higher electricity prices, but that is a state issue, and it is really a red state, blue state issue, because blue states have not built new capacity and red states have. So it is a regulatory morass that we see, unfortunately, in great states like New York, and what the people are subjected to.
Absolutely, and it's a transmission issue and a pipeline issue and an access issue and lack of common sense. But let's talk about the positive things, because we want to talk about the HR1 and your help in getting that across the finish line. Obviously, it was a monumental piece of legislation building on 2017 tax cuts that I actually was in Congress for and voted for, and we are grateful to you and your department for making that happen. I also want to make sure and recognize, you talked talked about some permanency today, and I want to make sure that we recognize one of the signature pieces of legislation that I co-authored actually with my colleague, Representative Sewell, and it's the making the new markets tax credit permanent as part of H.R. 1, and that was something we fought hard for, and it was very bipartisan. In my district alone in upstate New York, which is way up in the rural areas, New York 24 stretches from the St. Lawrence Seaway all the way to the Niagara River. The new markets credit has delivered over $38 million in total project financing, supported by over 350 full-time jobs, and has brought real investment to communities in our region that Washington often forgets, and we appreciate you for that. And the permanency also, it really helps our rural communities, especially low-income neighborhoods, and oddly enough, very similar communities that Ms. Sewell has in Alabama. So we want to thank you for that, and also want to just thank President Trump. The infrastructure has been significant. You talked about permanency and why that's going to be good for our communities. I do want to ask you a little bit, if we could just get into, when it comes to the implementation of new markets, the community development finance program and that fund. Can you just give us an update on that and where we are going to be with that in the future?
In terms of the CDI?
CDI, yeah, where we are with CDFI and how, and that looks like we're moving full speed ahead on that.
Yep. So the OMB apportioned the funding for fiscal year 2025, and we had to restore accountability. Over the last year, my team has reviewed rhetoric, priorities, and we are getting CDFIs back to their core business. It's not going to be financial engineering. It's not going to be wasting taxpayer dollars. And we think that they are important when used properly. Like one of the biggest financial frauds of last year, Tricolor, was the CDFI.
So are we going to see, when are we going to see a timeline on that for our applicants? We know that, do we have is that coming out of Treasury?
I'll have my staff get back to yours tomorrow.
Okay, that'd be great. We appreciate it. Hope you run for president. Thank you.
Thank you. Now recognize Mr. Boyle for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, a few days ago, the White House Director of National Economic Council, Kevin Hassett, said, and I quote, "People are spending more on gas, but they're also spending more on everything else, not just groceries, but restaurants and so on." I think that's a sign you see when people are optimistic about the future. I was wondering if you agree with your White House colleague that people spending more on everything else is just a sign of great optimism.
I think high discretionary spending is likely what Director Hassett meant. And
you consider spending on groceries discretionary? Or gas discretionary?
I didn't say gas. Did he say gas?
Yes, that's correct. Right. I'll read the quote again. "People are spending more on gas, but they're also spending more on everything else, not just groceries, restaurants, and so on." That's optimism.
So the everything else would be discretionary spending, Congressman.
Well,
it would be.
Well, I'll tell you what. To reclaim my time. I can settle how the American people are feeling about this economy because I have the data on it right here from Fox News just the other week on the president and this administration's handling of the economy. 71% of the American people disapprove, including 40% of Republicans. On the president's handling of inflation, 72% disapprove. They disapprove, in fact, by a 3-to-1 margin over approval. So do you agree with the American people, or are they just wrong?
Look, the American people were torched under the Biden administration.
Oh, my God. I wish I had $1 for every time you or someone on the Republican side brought up Biden's name. If I did, I might have as much money as you have, Mr. Secretary.
You would have lost 22% of your purchasing power because that's what happened.
So the American people are wrong. The fact that by a 3-to-1 margin, they disapprove of this president and your performance on the economy. They're wrong.
The Democratic House has 17% approval rating.
Now, I understand why you don't want to answer the question. So let me, I forgot to mention, reclaim my time. I forgot to mention, consumer sentiment is at an all-time low. So the numbers on the approval rating of this president on the economy are the lowest since the Great Recession. But in terms of consumer sentiment, which actually does measure whether or not people are optimistic about their future, the lowest in the history of a poll that dates back to 1952.
Well, let's look at the underlying data. 2/3 of those are Democrats. The Democrats...
Now, 2/3, excuse me, 2/3 of those polls, so Fox News, The Economist, all the polls are wrong.
You're citing the University of Michigan, and
there have been other surveys as well, but the Michigan survey.
Who listen to this kind of twaddle, they vote in the single digits, teens, whatever. Republicans, they vote much higher, and that's how you get,
I don't even know what you're saying, Mr. Secretary.
No, I don't think you know what you're saying. I know what I'm saying.
Citing the facts. Those are the facts that you have a problem with, Mr. Secretary. Well, let me just turn, since I only have 2 minutes left, let me just turn to this. I think it's unquestioned fact that in the 2024 election, President Trump, in my home state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and throughout the country, especially those 7 big battleground states, he promised the American people, and I quote, "I will lower costs on day one." Well, Mr. Secretary, as it turns out, today is exactly day 500 of this administration, and costs aren't any lower. They are higher than ever before. Inflation is rising. Gas prices are surging. Consumer confidence, again, has collapsed, and healthcare costs are going up thanks to the bill that you helped pass over a year ago. Why won't you just admit that this has been a failed presidency, because the first step to turning this around would be admitting the problem?
The 2.6% GDP growth, exceptional job growth in the private. That's the average since President Trump came into office. Real wage increases every month except for April. So if
once again, inflation is eating away at the pocketbooks of the American people. I can tell you this: in the 30 seconds, reclaiming my time, in the 30 seconds I have left, when I was back home in Northeast Philly a couple days ago, and at a gas station, people were paying over $4.50 a gallon. They were feeling a lot of things, a lot of emotions. I guarantee you, optimism wasn't one of them. With that, I yield back.
Thank you very much.
Pretty contentious questioning there, as we often see in these hearings. We'll continue to keep an eye on that. We do need to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus before this news conference starts in Marion County. We will get you there in just a few minutes when it gets underway. Right now, we are going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let me give you a live look right now inside the Marion County Sheriff's Office. You can see the seal, the American flag, the state flag of Florida as well. We're anticipating hearing from Sheriff Billy Woods and CFO Blazin Golia any minute now at a news conference in Ocala. And as soon as that begins, we will bring that to you live. In fact, it looks like they may be walking in right now. I see Sheriff Woods there with the cowboy hat on, and it appears that this news conference is getting underway right on time. So we will go ahead and listen in live as it begins. Thanks for watching us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Stan McClain, it's my privilege to be able to open the press conference today. I just want to be able to be here to support our law enforcement agencies who have been involved in in helping, obviously supporting the state in our efforts as it relates to immigration. And it's my privilege to be able to introduce my good friend, CFO Blazin Golia.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. I'm Chief Financial Officer Blazin Golia, and it's a great day to be in the great state of Florida. I would dare say the best state in the greatest country in the history of the world. First, I want to thank Sheriff Woods for having us here today. Sheriff, thank you. We're also joined here today by Senator Stan McClain, Representative Ryan Chamberlain, Sheriff Woods, Chief Jamie King from Cross City. Where's Chief? There he goes. And Chief Deputy Bradford County, Brad Smith. Thank you guys for being here today. We are here to give out some dollars for illegal immigration enforcement, and that's why we're here today. I'm going to talk a little about illegal immigration and, you know, what's been happening in the country, what's been happening in the state here, how we believe that the state is leading when it comes to immigration enforcement. I know that it has been a while since we've done one of these events. I do not want anyone to think that we have forgot about immigration enforcement, because I will tell you, the men and women who are up here and working in our communities have not forgotten about this. They come across illegal immigrants every day. So while you may not see any high-profile things on TV, it does not mean that these guys stop doing their jobs. We are still enforcing immigration laws. We are still continuing to worry about ridding our communities of criminal illegal aliens. If you come to this country and you are looking to do us harm, you will pay the price. You will pay the price in terms of spending some time in prison, and then you will be deported back to your country. Illegal immigration has been plaguing this nation for the better part of 45 or 50 years, and before President Trump started to make it a central platform of his campaign in 2016, and then again as our current president, it is important to know that both Democrat and Republican administrations and Republican and Democrat lawmakers in Congress have refused to fix this problem, and now we are at the tipping point, in my words, estimation of the amount of immigration coming over our borders. Now, it is stopped, but it doesn't mean that we should stop enforcing, because the second we stop enforcing, the second we go back to the old way of doing things, you're just going to see an open southern border again. And I think that's why it's important that when we go forward, when we start thinking about the future of this nation and how we want this nation to look like, 10, 15, 50 years down the road, having a strong border and immigration laws that are on the books and actually being followed is going to be important for this country. Over the years, unfortunately, neglect and dereliction turned into welcoming and subsidizing. It wasn't always that we had an open border. Look, if you come to this country illegally, the states and communities, cities, counties, the federal government, we're starting to put laws and rules and programs on the book that were actually incentivizing illegal immigrants to come here. Governments at all levels created these magnets, incentivizing more and more illegal immigration. This all came to a head when the Biden administration and their de facto open borders policies, coupled with ridiculous taxpayer-funded government programs that not only incentivized illegal immigrants to evade Border Patrol, but also made them feel comfortable in doing so. Sanctuary cities is one of those other programs. These policies that you had across the country. It does not make sense to me why you would create a sanctuary policy in your jurisdiction, whether it be a city, a county, or a state, saying that you are not going to be sent back because all you're doing is attracting the worst of the criminal illegal immigrant element to settle in your communities, because they don't have anything to fear at that point. They are going to protect them, and I think that's the wrong thing to do. In many states, illegal immigrants can receive free health care, free education, free legal advice, food stamps, driver's licenses, auto insurance, and law degrees. So why in the world would someone want to wait 10 years and spend upwards of $50,000 to come here legally when they can give $10,000 to the drug cartels and get all of the benefits of a legal citizen? While Biden and his cronies, my words, cronies in the federal government when he was president, allowed illegal immigration to wreak havoc on our country, Florida understood the problem at hand, and we also understood that any incentive for illegal immigration had to be removed, and we had to be bold in leading the nation against the open border policies. Now, here's another thing I want everyone to understand. When you're creating a magnet for people to come over to our country illegally, what you are actually doing is emboldening the drug cartels, because the drug cartels, best estimations, they are making more money off of human smuggling than off of drug smuggling. Now, I would like to think that that has changed, and we are seeing some of that change because we've effectively closed our borders, especially our southern border. So they're not making as much. But by closing that border, we are also protecting our communities. You're not going to hear this on the news, but a lot of the most violent crimes, including drug crimes, and I'm pretty sure, and I can, if the sheriff can speak on this, I think we're seeing fentanyl overdoses and fentanyl, which is still a problem. It is still a major problem, but I think we're seeing a downtick in some of that drug activity. So it winds up helping our communities. But the drug cartels and the smugglers are the ones who are benefiting the most out of this. So when we create incentives, all we're doing is we're creating an incentive for the drug cartels also, and we have to recognize that. So that's why in the state of Florida we passed laws and we tried to crack down on this as much as possible, but we also pushed back on the federal government because the federal government was the one that was creating this problem. We had the state of Florida enhanced criminals for human smuggling and added human smuggling to the list of crimes allowed for prosecution under Florida's RICO Act. We made it a state crime to enter Florida illegally. We stopped the issuance of a driver's license and other IDs. Other states, most infamously California, issues driver's licenses to illegal immigrants. In fact, I think it was about a year and a half ago, Gavin Newsom sent out a press release like it was a big thing. It was a good thing that they just awarded their 1 millionth driver's license to an illegal immigrant. How one state can get it so wrong and a state like Florida can get it so right is just beyond me. In fact, governing in the state of Florida is probably easy. What California does, we just do the exact opposite, and we wind up doing pretty well. We implemented mandatory DNA testing for illegals who commit crimes. If you come into the state and you commit a crime, we are going to take your DNA, especially if you're an illegal immigrant. Why? Because if you come back, you get deported, and you come back 10 years later, and we are trying to solve, especially a violent crime, we can match it in the CODIS database, and we might be able to nab the people sooner. We mandated hospitals started tracking how much money was spent on delivering health care to illegal immigrants. Now, that is a federal program, a federal law. We cannot deny health care to anyone, but we can track to see how much that they are spending. I don't remember the amount, but it was a pretty large amount that we wind up spending here in the state of Florida on illegal immigrant health care. That has to stop, because you know who pays for it? You all, the taxpayers, policyholders for insurance policies, and the federal government in terms of Medicare, or the state and the federal government in terms of Medicaid. We are all paying for it. Again, another incentive. We stopped in-state tuition for illegal immigrants, which is We tried to get this off the books. The governor and I tried to get this off the books for the better part of 6 years. We finally got it done. But just goes to show you, this is actually one that passed. There were other bills that were filed in years past that not only wanted to give them in-state tuition, but they actually wanted to give them grants from the state to allow them to go to college. Again, another incentive that shouldn't be on the books, should have never been on the books. We mandated businesses use E-Verify, and again, cracking down on the employers who are hiring illegal immigrants. We assist, we now have a federal law enforcement program, the 287G program, which was there all the time, and now we have our law enforcement partners partnering with the state, so we can partner with the federal government where we can assist people in helping identify, detain, and help deport criminal illegal immigrants out of our communities. We also banned sanctuary cities. Again, bad policies in other states. Make sure that we follow the law, and nobody is allowed to do that. Now, many leftist politicians are protecting criminal aliens by voting for these sanctuary policies and creating sanctuary cities. I've said this before, I will continue to say it. I believe that the easiest way to get rid of sanctuary cities is to realize that the politicians in these jurisdictions are helping the crimes be committed. I actually think that if you're a sanctuary jurisdiction and the politician who voted for that sanctuary jurisdiction, if a crime is committed in that sanctuary jurisdiction, then you should charge the politician as an accessory to the crime, because it would have never happened in the first place. I mean, this is just common sense. If you want to get rid of sanctuary cities, that's the way to get rid of it, is start holding people accountable. That will stop it real quick. And I'm also tired of hearing stories of angel moms that have lost a child because ridiculous pro-illegal immigration policies and pro-illegal immigration rulings by activist judges. Last year, the governor signed $250 million in a budget for reimbursements from the state of Florida, awarded through the State Board of Immigration Enforcement, which I am proud to be part of, to local law enforcement agencies for all 287G related activities. Through these reimbursements, the state of Florida is ensuring that every law enforcement agency has the resources it needs to enforce our nation's laws and to protect our citizens. We are asking our law enforcement partners through the 287G program to work extra, to do more, to expend more money, because it's not fair to the taxpayers in Marion County. It is not fair to the taxpayers in Bradford County that they have to bear the costs of the federal government's inaction over years, year over year and over decades. So by this reimbursement program, we are saying that, look, we are serious about doing this. We are not going to mandate that you do this. We are going to ask that you do it, be partners with us, and we're also going to give you money to reimburse any costs that you have borne. You know, everyone starts talking about illegal immigration and how much it's going to cost to remove illegal immigrants from our communities. And everyone thinks that, this wasn't going to cost anything. When you have upwards of anywhere, estimates in between 13 to 20 million illegal immigrants in the United States, it's going to cost. It is going to cost the taxpayers money. And, you know, also you may have seen that there is a Dignity Act out there, which is de facto amnesty for the country. I'm totally against giving amnesty to illegal immigrants. In fact, I just think it is another magnet. In fact, here's a little bit of history. The last time we had an amnesty was in 1986 under Ronald Reagan, right? President Reagan then worked with the Speaker of the House and the Senate in crafting something to try to deal with 3 million illegal immigrants that were at the country at that time, and they struck a grand bargain, and the bargain looked like this: we are going to have more enforcement and exchange. And crack down, more enforcement, more rules, more laws, in exchange for amnesty for the 3 million. So what happened? Fast forward, that passed, the amnesty passed. 3 million people wound up being granted amnesty in the United States, and the enforcement never came. Now, here's something that you're probably not going to hear on TV, and what most people don't want to tell you about that amnesty. Ed Meese, who was the Attorney General for Ronald Reagan, admitted years later that that amnesty, all it did was it created a magnet for more illegal immigrants to come over to the country, because the illegal immigrants that came over after the amnesty knew that at some point in the future, if they kept on flooding the United States and they did not become U.S. citizens, they were going to have to start talking about another amnesty. And they admitted that it created the environment where it enticed more people to come over. And that's where we are here today. We're talking about it. I don't think that that is good for the United States. I think we should be following the law. If you want to come to this country, we are very welcoming. Come to this country legally. Don't come over the southern border illegally. So with that, we are going to deliver some checks today. From Bradford County, we have Chief Deputy Brad Smith, and I'm here to award that county $77,200. Brad? Next up, town of, I'm saving you for last. Town of Cross City Police Chief Jamie King, and that award is $20,000. Chief. And last but not least, one of my favorite people on the planet, Marion County Sheriff Billy Woods, presenting the check for $69,117, and our host today. Sheriff. I can hold this and you can just grab the microphone.
Oh, roger that.
Let's do that.
Well, let me first start with thanking CFO and Golia for being here and for this wonderful check. Trying to figure out why Bradford got more than I did, but that's okay. And Senator McClain and Representative Chamberlain, I appreciate both of y'all being here. Chief and Chief Deputy, both of you being here. You know, he nailed it on the head. State of Florida is the best state in the United States. I don't give a crap what anybody thinks, says, or believes. It's the truth. And you know why we're the greatest state? It's because of the individuals that are standing behind me. Representatives and senators like these two, okay? A CFO like him. Now, he was in the same seat as them before being CFO. And they made decisions that said, I'm going to protect the state of Florida. Now, I haven't spoken on this in quite some time. As most of my citizens know, I've been to the border. In the beginning of all this mess, I went to the border with Kat Kamak. I've seen what the border was looking like when they were just pouring across every 1,000 feet by the thousands. And I'm here to tell you, in law enforcement, he's got it. The cartel, they use it. That is their gateway to get the problems here. And the problems are not just on the border of Texas or anywhere else. It affects every single city. Fentanyl is it is starting to slowly come down, but it has not disappeared. Fentanyl has been a problem. Fentanyl is the #1 overdose drug, at least in our area. And I'd be more than confident that if any other county, any other area, or any other state, they'll say the same thing. And the cartel take advantage of this. And they use that open border to get them here. And I know there's a lot of talk out there regarding illegals, immigration, and kicking people out. Well, here's the truth. They came and they did illegal. I don't give a crap what anybody says. They committed a crime by doing that. And I'm going to give each of y'all something personal. I take it personally. My grandmother, in America, she was known as Gilbert Marie Woods. She was born in Paris, France, as Gilbert Marie Dupré. Her and her parents came to the United States at the height of World War I. They got their citizenship. I have records of her at Ellis Island coming in. I remember my grandmother telling me, talking to me, how she was proud and got her citizenship because she did it the right way. And I can tell you to this day, although she is gone, she passed away at 95 years old, she knew more about the Constitution than I did. And I find it offensive that people want to just allow, just ignore, and say just let them stay here. And that does not mean because we enforce it, it does not mean that we don't want people coming here to the United States to have the opportunities that every single one of us have. But you got to do it the right way. Plain and simple as that. And I'm here to tell you, illegals are here. Illegals are everywhere. There are criminals. I have operations going on right now that I have illegals that are committing crimes. I have illegals committing crimes that are individually reported within my county. Same as Brad does, same as the chief does. We all do. And for us to ignore it, accept it, well, you're enabling it. You're part of the problem of why safety is a major issue in our entire nation. And anybody that helps it, well, you're just as evil as they are. And I wish I could give you some cases right now, but I can't because I got some good ones. I'll give you some numbers. Weekly, my jail averages probably 30 non-U.S. citizens that are booked into jail weekly. Out of that 30, average probably around 15 to 18 that have detainers. And for those that are viewing on camera or you in an audience that don't know what that is, that basically means that they are illegal. They are not here the right way. That's just me, Marion County. And I'll hit it one last time. Individuals like these three that's standing behind me know and focus on their local. I know Stan does. Former county commissioner here in Marion County. All right? But their focus is they're not going to let us hang and dry. And a check, regardless of my joke about Bradford County, they do need it more than I do, but the check, they know that, hey, look, this burden should not be on the locals. It shouldn't be there. And we're going to do, what we're going to do is we're going to help them as best as we can because it's not right. But here's what I will promise you. With or without that check, I promise you, I will put bad guys' asses in jail every minute, and that includes illegal aliens. So, CFO, I appreciate you. I appreciate the stance that you take. I appreciate the work in which you do. And you too, well, you're always at the top of my list, and I appreciate everything. So, thank you, sir.
Before I call up the next speaker, I just want to piggyback off what the sheriff said. You know, as CFO, many people may not realize this, but I actually had a law enforcement division. We have a law enforcement division under us. They do financial crimes, criminal investigations division. Some of the gentlemen are here today. But I will tell you, we have been putting away a lot of bad guys. We've been very, very aggressive with putting away the bad guys who are committing financial crimes. I'm talking about people who commit escrow fraud, insurance fraud, they're staging accidents, PIP fraud, anything that has to do with stealing money from people or businesses we are involved in. And I cannot tell you how many times when we are arresting a ring on insurance. So not only are we practicing...
CFO Blaise Ngolia continuing to speak right now in Marion County. We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you back to Ocala, where we are hearing from officials talking about immigration enforcement after the CFO awarded hundreds of thousands of dollars in immigration enforcement grants to help with their efforts. So let's go ahead and listen back in live in Marion County.
That's why we got more. The honest truth is that these funds, they go to supporting the individuals that are doing the extra work, becoming certified as 287G officers to support our brothers and sisters in the federal government. And it's going to bring more tools for us to use, not just in the immigration efforts, although that's the specific reason why we're getting these tools, but for all crime. And yes, fentanyl is a hideous drug that has actually just a couple of years ago, when the rest of the country had already experienced the wave of fentanyl, because Bradford County is a smaller rural community, we didn't get it for several years, but we have been terribly impacted by it. And we have seen it slowing down since this border has been closed off to the south. And it just infuriates me to see and listen to all the various crimes that have been committed because of the influx of the illegal aliens, and the fact that the cartels actually changed their business model to fit bringing the humans over illegally as opposed to their drugs illegally. And they're still doing the drugs. Don't get us wrong. They're still bringing that in illegally. So, we're proud to stand with everybody that's up here, our state, federal, and local agencies, and be a part of this, and just want to thank you guys very much for the support.
You got it. Thank you, sir. Next up, Chief King, Town of Cross City.
So I got to follow these two, and they've pretty much already said everything that I could say. I will say this, other countries have borders. They don't allow people to immigrate there illegally. And if they do, they arrest them and deport them. And I support that mission here. Thank you, CFO, for your support. And for the town of Cross City, we're a small department, small community. For us to receive $20,000 is a pretty big deal. We're going to use that money as we should to be a part of this mission to end illegal immigration. We've already, I think we got 7 last month, and that's pretty good for our small community. And we're going to continue just to do the work. Thank you to our mayor, Mr. Ryan Fulford, and our city council for supporting us. Our legislature, we couldn't do it without you guys. I mean, you guys do so much for us. And if you want more money, you can do an amendment. I just did one, and ask for more, and then you can get a little more money than Bradford County. But thank you to Sheriff Wood for hosting us today, and Chief for being here. I just couldn't be more thankful. Thank you guys so much. Thank you.
Next up, Representative Chamberlain.
Thank you. I was thinking as I was listening to all the individuals, and I don't want to stand up here and claim to be a law enforcement expert, although I have grown over the last few years to respect more and more. So I want to wear just a different hat for a second as a husband, as a father, now a grandfather, somebody that grew up in Marion County here. I want to publicly just show my appreciation for the safety that you provide for the families that are here with us today. And you have done it year after year after year after year. And part of what makes us the great state of Florida is that we are a safe state, and that we have individuals like this that, yes, they're getting some checks today, but they're doing their job. They're doing a great job. So thank you all for what you do across the state. And we've thrown the words great state of Florida around a few times. I want to add to that and say that's an intentional title that we have earned. I get the privilege to travel the country a bit, and I realize that it's not just Floridians that call us the great state of Florida. It's the entire country that now is referring to us as the great state of Florida, and that, my friends, is not by accident. It's thanks to great people like Senator Stan McClain that have served his community and his state on such a great level for many years after year, and I get to now follow in his footsteps and get to work with him and get to be mentored by him. And of course, I believe we have the greatest CFO in the country, which is continuing to help this state. He's doing things that haven't been done in this position before in a way that is just drawing the right kind of attention. So thank you, CFO Angolia, for what you do and the support that you show our county and this great state. God bless.
Just last comment before I take any questions, if there are any questions from the media. You know who infuriates or frustrates, gets more infuriated or more frustrated than most when it comes to illegal immigration? It's not elected officials. It's not sheriffs, police chiefs. The people who get infuriated, the people who get really, really frustrated, the people who get angry at people coming over our country illegally are the people who came over legally, because they're the ones who cared enough, took the time, the effort, and the money to become part of the greatest country in the history of the world. So with that, more than happy to answer any questions from the media, should you have any. Are you media?
Yes.
What outlet? Okay.
My name is Andy Doble. I'm just curious, have there been prior payments? Will there be more? And how does that compare here in Marion County to the total bill of detaining the ones we've detained so far?
So this is, I believe, the second round of checks for Marion County and Bradford County, if I remember. As long as there is the problem at the southern border, which we don't have right now, but our president, President Trump, is only going to be in office for a little more over 2 years. We don't know what's going to come after. Hopefully, whoever is president is going to make sure that we keep the status quo, which is clamping down on illegal immigration. But as long as there's an illegal immigration problem, as long as the federal government continues to shirk their responsibility and fix the problem, we will continue working with our law enforcement partners. And if that means giving more checks, we will continue giving more checks.
Can I add to that?
Sure.
I also want to say that during this whole time when the floods were happening at that southern border, there was untold number of people that were coming in with specific intentions to do harm in this country. Different nationalities, but one of the key indicators was that they were men of fighting age. So you're talking, from your late teens to your 30s or 40s, or like Sheriff Woods, probably into his 50s, still fighting. But there's danger lurking out there. Just because we've been able to seal that border doesn't mean that the danger's not coming, and we need to keep this effort up and be going after the ones that are here to do us harm. And this is a big step in that direction. I hope we keep doing it.
Yeah, look, I think this is why I have been pressing, and I've been talking about the future of this country and what the future leadership of this country looks like, specifically who the next program is. Because here's the deal. The 287G program has been part of Florida law for the better part of 20 or something years. Has it been about 20 years, something like that? 20-something years. It's just never been used, never been utilized. So now we have a partnership with local law enforcement and the state in conjunction, in partnership with the federal government. If you get the wrong leadership, and they can just terminate the 287G, or you could technically still have the agreement with the locals, the agreement with state law enforcement agencies, but they're just not going to do anything with it. So it is very easy with the wrong leadership to stop the wholesale deportation of criminal illegal immigrants out of our communities. Look, you cannot get 13 to 20 million illegal immigrants out of the community overnight. The problem it's taken 40 or 50 years to get to this point. It's not going to be fixed overnight. It requires a long time commitment from leadership and local and states in order to right this ship. And if you do not have the people in place who are willing to make the tough decisions, we're just going to continue perpetuating the status quo. And the status quo has been, for the better part of 40 years, letting illegal immigrants in, not expelling them from communities, and creating magnets, ridiculous magnets, such as sanctuary city policies and giving them tuition to come to schools. So all of that has to stop. Any other questions? Are you media? No. I'll answer questions. Any other media questions? Yes, sir.
Do you have any comment on the lawsuit against you alleging the windows and shingles with the My Florida Safe Home program can't easily be removed, creating a fire hazard?
It's the first time hearing of that. There's a lawsuit against Department of Financial Services?
I'm not exactly sure who's against. I was asked that after this.
I'm not aware of it. Look, the state gets lawsuits filed all the time. I have not heard the particulars on that. I'm more than happy to contact, where's Josh? Josh right there will be, we can get whatever information you need. More than happy to do that. Any other questions? All right, guys, thank you. God bless the great state of Florida. God bless the United States. Thank you, guys.
CFO Blaise Ngolea wrapping up a news conference in Ocala, where he's there giving a hug to Sheriff Billy Woods, the Marion County Sheriff, taking some questions at the end of a news conference where he handed out immigration enforcement checks to a number of law enforcement agencies in the area. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you live to Miami right now, where we are hearing from the executive director of the White House Task Force on the FIFA World Cup, Andrew Giuliani, speaking right now and answering some questions, talking about how the U.S. government is preparing for the World Cup. We know Miami's hosting 7 matches. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
World Cup related games, right? You know, I know Kansas, Missouri's hosting the games, but you'll have base camps, as we know, Argentina and Kansas. Same thing with New York. I guess we got to go back to New York, who's not actually hosting games, but it's going to be hosting most of the Fan Fest as well. So Of that $250 million, we were able to get host cities, work directly with host cities, so then that way the state SAAs can go and purchase counter-UAS equipment. So then that way, once they purchased that, they had a federal grant that could be reimbursed. We worked through 5 different rounds, maybe 6 different rounds, depending on the state, of state calls to help break through some of that bureaucracy. We also worked to pass the Safer Skies Act, which was in the NDAA last December. What that did is that gave state and local law enforcement the authority to be able to mitigate against drones. That's strictly been a federal authority. What you'd see at the 11 sites that are hosting games, that will still be the feds. What this will be at Bayfront Park, for example, is that's going to be a task force model there where you will see one Fed, FBI, along with Miami PD. Now, what they did in order to do that, once the Safer Skies Act got passed, is the FBI created a training school in Huntsville, Alabama. We were actually just at the last graduation a couple weeks ago there. State and local authorities were able to go there, get trained up for a 3-week course. Then the Department of Justice were able to deputize those individuals, those officers that got trained up. And at that point, once FBI is able to embed with them, you now have the ability to be able to do that. Once the World Cup ends, we look forward to actually the guidance coming out, the rulemaking coming out. So then that way, as we look at other major events that come to Miami, let's say another college football national championship as we had in January, or who knows when another Super Bowl will be coming back, other events, even games like your typical Dolphins game, let's say. They in the future will have the ability to be able to mitigate against drones.
Will they be able to? They're keeping the equipment from the.
Yeah. Oh, it's a federal grant. It's an opportunity to keep it. Now, the one thing you see in this space is the technology is evolving very fast. And that's how we've really leaned in on this. We've wanted to make sure that there is a full chain, so then that way we can mitigate. But what we're telling people is there's a 3-mile temporary flight restriction around the stadium. There's a 1-mile temporary flight restriction around Bayfront Park. There's a zero tolerance policy. This is not the time to go and put your drone up there to go take a video of what's going on in the area. They will be confiscated, and there will be consequences. So it's a no drone zone. Leave your drone at home.
As you probably know, we had a snafu last year. I think it was with the Venezuela and Argentina-Colombia game.
2 years ago.
Right, 2 years
2024.
ago. And they got the bum rush. I guess
Yes.
You guys are obviously thinking this out. There's going to be a certain different way of going in. And,
Yeah.
That's all about.
Yeah, no, it's a very different perimeter, too. So that was back in 2024. You know that President Trump was still a candidate at that point again. We know that there's different leadership now also with Sheriff Rosie, who's been fantastic. I've really loved working with her. And I think we saw the difference between Copa America in 2024 and the Club World Cup in 2025. I think some of the complaints we heard from the Club World Cup was the taxi and Uber drop-off was too far away. That's a much better complaint to hear than 30,000 unticketed fans rushed the stadium and people were worried about getting trampled. And frankly, they were very lucky that there were no casualties. So there will be multiple layers of security. It's going to be a very different setup. Like I said, it will feel like a Super Bowl. There'll be more security around there than there was even for the college national championship. So if you do not have a ticket, you do not go to the stadium. It will be checked. It'll be checked on public transportation. If you take public transportation there, it will be checked before there will actually be a scan. Then there'll be a scan. Then there will actually be the hard ticket scan. You'll get turned away before you get there. That's why you have a great event like what's at Bayfront Park. Or some of the other activations that we know that are going on in the city. So it's extremely different, and I think people learned a lot from that nearly tragic experience.
How does the administration going to balance its hardline immigration policies with its obligations to welcome the world and helps to unify the globe as one of the World Cup hosts?
Yeah, well, I think what we've done to create legal pathways to be able to come here to the United States for this World Cup is nothing short of incredible, especially in light of the fact that there was one government-wide shutdown, there were 2 Department of Homeland Security shutdowns. I can point to the fact that in the first half of this fiscal year, from October 1, 2025 to March 31st, 2026, there were over 5 million ESTAs that were processed. We can take a look at Argentina and Brazil, for example, as 2 countries that a few years ago had wait times. For Brazil was 700 days in Rio, or Brasilia. It was 700 days 2 years ago. Now that number in Brazil is down to less than a month. And that's because of all the work that the State Department has done, and the consular affairs team there is absolutely fantastic. They've done an amazing job. But I mean, taking the wait time down from 700 days to a month, we know how passionate and how much the Brazilian fans are traveling. We'll see it right now. Argentina is another fantastic example. The wait times in Buenos Aires a couple years ago were 300 days. They're now down to less than 2 weeks. And in talking to the ambassador there, I spoke to him last week, he promises me they're actually a day. He said, I've got a long line, but I actually am able to get people their B1, B2 visa adjudicated, their appointment within a day. And I want to be clear, we're not going around the safety and security procedures. We want to make sure that you get your B1, B2 appointment, but we still have to make sure that you're not a terrorist threat or any kind of an issue to the country right there. So that's really, really key there. The other thing that we did was create the FIFA Pass for ticket holders. If you have a ticket to this World Cup, it gets you to the front of the queue. So if any countries are still, in light of all the TDY staff that the State Department has done, the Consular Affairs has done, if you still cannot get your visa appointment, you have a ticket, then that gets you to the front of the queue. Again, you're not going around the safety and security procedures. So that's what we've done to create legal pathways to come here to the United States for this World Cup.
But inside the country?
Yeah, and what I would say is if you are inside the country legally, then you have nothing to worry about. This is something that should be really, really a great enjoyment for everybody who's come to the country legally, whether it's as a resident or as a citizen or as a visitor.
As for fraud, as far as outside the stadium, people taking advantage of the situation, obviously taking advantage of somebody that might not.
This news conference continuing. U.S. State Department officials, the head of the White House task force for the FIFA World Cup, speaking right now live in Miami. We've got to take a quick break, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let's go ahead and get you back to Miami, where we are hearing from Andrew Giuliani, who is the executive director of the White House Task Force on the FIFA World Cup, talking about how the U.S. government is preparing for it. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
With Haiti, the many issues that they're currently having in the country there, and the overstay rates being, I think, over 31% at this point.
So there's no way for a Haitian to get a visa to attend?
Until the overstay rate gets significantly lower at 31%, that is extremely high and unacceptable.
Okay, but besides those two countries.
Everybody else has the opportunity for their B1, B2. I think we can, go through the list, and almost all of them have been reduced significantly in terms of the wait times there. It's really, I think, one of the great stories that we have to tell on this task force. I mean, the great work that we've seen from, like I said, State Department Consular Affairs to DHS's CBP and USCIS have been amazing. We want people to be able to come here and enjoy this World Cup while also making sure that we can keep the country safe. So it's obviously making sure that there's that balance there, right? We need to make sure we have an accounting for who is coming into the United States of America, right? You can't turn a blind eye to that, otherwise you're susceptible to potential attacks, while also making sure that we can get as many people in the country as possible that are coming here truly to enjoy the festivities. That's what will make this really an incredible World Cup. And I think when you get to these major events, you're a week out, everybody kind of focuses on the concerns of this, concerns of that. I'm looking forward to that first goal being scored, because once that first goal gets scored, then you're going to see the emotion, the excitement, and I think you're going to see what's going to be an amazing World Cup where the story is going to be what happens on the field.
Do you by chance have approval rates that you could share for, say, Argentina, Brazil, and Colombia in terms of kind of visa approval rates?
I'll refer to CA on that, to Consular Affairs. I don't have them off the top of my head, but they may.
Okay, thanks.
Related to that, I understand that Argentinian government just sent a long list of problematic fans and hooligans, something like that. How are you managing that, working with the Argentinian government?
Yeah, there are other countries, and not just South American countries. We know England has a hooligan list where I believe England actually revokes some of the passports of those listed hooligans when there is a major international soccer tournament. I know there are some other countries as well. So the work with the Argentinian government has been fantastic. I met with the Argentinian ambassador to the United States probably about 6 weeks ago. We spoke again 3 weeks ago. Everything is on track. We've had no visa issues. As you can tell, the team has gotten into the country. I think there's even been a story that Messi's room somehow got out there. I can't believe that. I don't know how that ended up happening. I promise I did not release it. But no, it's obviously a very exciting time for the defending champions, and it has been great working with the Argentinian government so that they have as great a chance to defend their title until the United States beats them in the finals. I could be a dreamer, right? I could be a dreamer. I believe in miracles, as the hockey team says. So.
Mr. Giuliani, going back to the visas issue, it will be easier for international fans to get a visa if they already have tickets?
So it will be easier to go and get your appointment, is the best way to put it. I think actually, honestly, if you look at the FIFA Pass, which was created in order to get your visa appointment adjudicated, right? Let's say when this was created back in October, we were looking at some of the wait times, and there was improvement. Like I remember back in October, those numbers where we were seeing in Brazil, it was down from 700 days. I think at the time it was down to like 3 or 4 months. That's an improvement, but it still wasn't what we wanted. We wanted to get that to within a month, basically, so then that way fans could. we realized that if there could be a way to make sure that at least people that had their tickets were able to get their visa adjudicated, get their a B1, B2 appointment, that's what the FIFA Pass does. So it may be a 1-month wait time, let's say, for Rio right now, but if you have your ticket and you click the FIFA Pass when you get your ticket on FIFA's website, you then would go toward the front of that queue. Your wait time might be 2 or 3 days to get your appointment.
Andrew Giuliani with the State Department answering some questions about visa wait times, things like that, all for the World Cup, and talking about federal government preparations for that. We know we are just a few days out now from the start of the World Cup, and some matches being held in Miami, where this news conference is being held live. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. Still have much more to get to. We'll welcome in our TV audience for the 2 o'clock hour and be back with more coming up.
This is Florida Live.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 TV. We want to go ahead and get you live right now to Miami, where we're hearing from Andrew Giuliani. He is the executive director of the White House Task Force on the FIFA World Cup. He's a State Department official and answering questions right now about how the federal government is getting ready for the World Cup. Again, those matches kick off next week, including 7 that are going to be hosted in Miami. So let's go ahead and listen in live this afternoon from Miami.
Warm place in hell waiting for you, and the United States will do everything possible to make sure that you have no freedom if you do that until you get that moment with the devil.
Last question. At the beginning you mentioned World Cup in 1994. What are the main differences between this one and that one regarding security, immigrants, Hispanics especially living here, passion about soccer? What are the differences?
Well, as somebody with a Italian surname, I can tell you the difference is the Italians can't make the finals this time, unfortunately, but I'm not going to cry about it. I'm sure the Brazilians hope there's nothing different here that happens with the '94 World Cup. There are a lot of differences when you think of what's happened over, I go back to September 11th and how that really changed the world. And the different security procedures. We've not hosted a major sporting event, an Olympics or a World Cup, with the post 9/11 security measures in place. Even in Salt Lake, Department of Homeland Security was not stood up at that point, so it was very much catching up in that moment. New security procedures ended up coming in 2003 and 2004. So I think you'd see a very, very different setup around the stadiums. That's one of the things, actually, I'm glad you brought this up because we want a message to fans that are coming in. We know that soccer fans like to come to the stadium 15, 20 minutes before the game. What we're saying is come earlier. Come an hour and a half. Come 2 hours before the game. There'll be activations inside the stadium. You'll be able to see maybe a few of your favorite legends in there, maybe be able to watch your team warm up. But, people have paid a premium for these tickets. We want them to be able to go and enjoy this World Cup without missing the first half or part of the first half. So come here early. There will be a much bigger security footprint than they saw in 1994. But at least we hope, in looking at American soccer between 94 and 2026, and now I'm getting into the soccer side of it, but you could see what soccer was in the early 90s in the United States. It was very, very small. And certainly, look, we haven't caught up to the best of the world yet in terms of where we are in soccer. But I say yet because we might have to have a conversation on July 20th, because I am a dreamer over here, and I have incredible hopes for our U.S. team. But I think when you look at the last 94, the 96 Olympics, the 1999 Women's World Cup, you've been able to see soccer growing at a pretty good pace in the United States over the last 32 years. I mean, the fact that Lionel Messi plays in this town is a great tribute to that. I see soccer continuing to grow in the United States, and I think it's going to be an amazing moment for our country. So I really look forward to it. One other thing I want to highlight, too, and you mentioned, we talked about ticket prices there a little bit ago. I want to highlight something that the President Trump was able to do with FIFA and Bank of America. The President was able to get 4,547 tickets for our military veterans and first responders to World Cup games, including 250 for each of the U.S. games. So that way America's greatest heroes have the opportunity to enjoy this incredible moment. The sacrifices that they've made for our freedoms, whether you're American citizens, whether you're residents, whether you're here just visiting the country, are incredible. And we want them, and I know the President, in talking to him, President Trump, wants them to be able to enjoy this. It's the very least we can do, and 4,547 tickets is it's a really wonderful tribute that FIFA, Bank of America, and the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, has been able to do for our veterans.
Can I just clarify something you said a minute ago? You won't be allowed on stadium grounds unless you have a ticket for that particular game day, right? I mean, you won't be allowed to enter the parking lot of Hard Rock, say, unless you have a ticket, right?
There will be soft ticket checks before you actually get to the gate. So there should be the check, first off, if you're taking public transportation, right, there should be the check before you get on that bus or on that train going to the stadium that you have a ticket, right? That would be a look check, right? Then there should be the third layer of security, which would actually show the ticket again, right? Show that I have a ticket. Then there'll be a second layer of security, scan the ticket. That's a scan, right? Then you'll have what will be your security lines to get in, and then you'll have that final scan of the ticket which gets you in. So we are going to make sure that there are many different procedures, understanding that, hey, you might have people that try to go around these. We want to make sure that there are layers to catch potential evildoers.
Okay. Maybe I misunderstood you, because I thought you were encouraging fans to come to the stadium hours earlier and then leave.
Ticket holders, thank you. No, thank you very much for allowing me to clarify. We want ticket holders, people that have their tickets, to come to the stadium early. We know that it's going to be a longer time to get into the stadium because of the security measures put in place. And so because of that, if you have a ticket, thank you for letting me clarify here, if you have a ticket, we want you to come to the stadium early. Because the perimeters are also pushed out, that means FIFA has more space to be able to activate within the perimeter. So you'll see some really, really interesting activations in there. I know they've talked about, like I said, legends coming in there, probably some little, kick matches and all that stuff that you would see, be able to watch maybe the previous game that's going on there. If you don't have a ticket, then, we're urging you to either go to Bayfront Park or do something else in the city where you can enjoy it. There's going to be plenty of places where there are going to be great festivities here for this World Cup if you don't have a ticket. And
thanks. I was wondering if I misheard.
No. I misspoke here. I'm on 2.5 hours sleep, so you have to forgive me.
Executive Director Giuliani, thank you so much for your time. It's been a privilege to host you here. This is always your home. We're going to have a transcript of this event on state.gov. It's also going to be translated into Spanish, Portuguese, and perhaps other languages.
That's a news conference in Miami wrapping up, where you heard them, Andrew Giuliani, who is the chair of the White House task force on the World Cup, who was answering some questions. And you heard him talk about the layered security that's going to be in place as well, that folks who don't have tickets to some of those matches on those days are not even going to be able to get kind of within some of that perimeter. You heard him talking about some of the security checks there. So that, again, those first games kick off next week. Many of those games you'll be able to watch right here on Fox. 7 matches going to be held down in South Florida. It's going to be neat to see how those matches are, in a number of different locations across the country. Well, I want to get to a story now here a little bit closer to home here in Central Florida, and we're talking about the crash in Volusia County that we've been tracking over the past few days, where a toll booth worker was killed after investigators say a truck plowed into that toll booth on a beach access ramp in Daytona Beach Shores. Well, just moments ago, Deanna Harrell, who was arrested yesterday on charges of vehicular homicide and DUI manslaughter, made her first appearance in court, where a judge denied her bond. This is that first appearance in court, again, just moments ago in Volusia County.
All right, the first case we'll start with this afternoon is involving Deanna Harrell. Ms. Harrell, can you hear me from where you're at? Ms. Harrell, if you hear me, raise your right hand. Clerk's going to swear you in. Not that I want you to say anything, but I want you to be sworn in case you do.
Can you hear me, Judge?
Yes.
All right, there you go.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you.
All right. This is your first appearance. This is not your trial day. Everything here is being recorded. There's a prosecutor in the room. If you say anything about your case, you might be saying something they can use against you. So I caution you not to say anything. There are 2 charges here, and I've got to make sure there's probable cause. I want to make sure you know why you're in custody. I'll talk to you about what your bond or no bond situation is. And I'll appoint you a public defender temporarily unless you tell me you're working with a private attorney. And if you'll see another judge soon, most likely. So there's 2 charges here, DUI.
Please. The public, you dedicate your appointed the public defender's office. I need to announce to the court, it appears the public defender's office is a conflict of interest in this case. I'd like to make an ordinance motion to have the office of regional conflict counsel be appointed in this case to represent Ms. Deanna Harrell, Judge Warren.
All right. So, Ms. Harrell, just so you understand, the public defender here says their office has a conflict representing you. So I'm not going to I guess I'll do that, but at the same time, I'm going to grant their request to have the conflict found, and I'll appoint Office of Conflict Counsel. Mr. Dean is here, standing where he can see you. So their office is going to be appointed at this moment. I think probably you'd want to do a formal motion, and so a formal order could be done by Judge Case appointing their office, but I'll do an appointment at this point for Mr. Dean. So as I said, there's two charges here: DUI causing death, vehicular homicide. I read over the police report. I will find there's a factual basis. State, is there any motion or request you have?
The state has filed a motion for pretrial detention in this case. It will be heard by the sitting judge within the next 5 days.
Okay. Mr. Dean, have you had a chance to see the police report?
I saw the police report briefly, and I saw the motion briefly, but haven't had a chance to review.
Okay. All right. Anything you want to say, Mr. Dean?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Based on what's in the motion, based on my reading of the police report, there is ample probable cause here and valid grounds for pretrial detention. You're going to be held no bond at this point in time. I'm going to let Judge Case know about this matter, so there'll be a hearing set in front of her the very next few days. So that's all we can do for you today. No bond at this point in time.
Could you just confirm she doesn't have private counsel?
Ms. Harrell, I just want to make sure, because the lawyer's asking me here, you have not retained a private lawyer, have you?
No.
All right, no one's here on behalf. So, Mr. Dean, for right now, I presume your office will be officially appointed by Judge Case, okay?
Yes. Are we appointed now so that we can visit her?
I'll appoint you now, but I think it's a temporary appointment until the formal order is done, okay?
Yes, thank you.
All right. That's all we can do.
A brief first appearance in court in Volusia County as Deanna Harrell, who is facing charges in connection with that deadly crash that killed Tammy Jo Baker, a longtime county employee at the beach there in Volusia County. We'll continue to follow up on that. As you heard, there will be another court date soon, pretrial detention hearing. Right now, though, that suspect being held without bond. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live. We still have a lot to get to. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. Time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. For that, we're going to go to Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who joins us live now. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, the Tampa City Council is expected to vote on an ordinance at some point today that it could put school speed zone cameras in 18 different school zones here in Tampa. Now, the move comes after a citywide study looked at 31 school zones and found that what officials are calling a serious speeding problem across those 18 targeted areas. The study tracked anywhere from 200 to more than 3,000 speeding violations every single day. According to city data, the single highest number of violations happened right outside St. Lawrence Catholic School on North Himes Avenue. There, the study recorded on average of more than 3,000 speeding violations a day. Other areas with high numbers of violations include Robinson High School, Lanier Elementary School, Young Middle Magnet, and Turnell Bartles K-8. Police say these cameras would not run around the clock. Instead, they would only operate on actual school days when students are on campus. The speed threshold for a ticket would automatically adjust based on whether the school zone's flashing lights are active. The proposal has already sparked some debate over privacy. City attorneys and council members have stressed that these cameras cannot be used for broader police surveillance or immigration enforcement and are strictly meant to protect kids. If a driver is caught speeding by the cameras, the fine will be $100. City documents show that money would be split up. Part of it would stay with the city to run the program and fund public safety. The rest would go to the state, the school district, for security and transportation, and a program to recruit and keep school crossing guards. The city also plans to run a public education campaign before any real fines are handed out. Now, today's vote is just the first reading, and that means the ordinance will need another vote at a later date to pass. Council members are also expected to discuss adding larger signs and more flashing lights to school zones today. Garrett?
All right, it's one of those interesting conversations that we see happening in a number of communities across the state, and hasn't been without controversy in some areas as well.
Yeah, there's definitely some controversy surrounding this, and the Tampa City Council meeting started, I believe, either around 9 or 10 this morning, and it's still going on. And as of a few minutes ago, they have yet to vote on this proposed ordinance, so it is interesting to see what will happen. And again, this vote today just paves the way for a second vote to take place to decide whether or not these cameras will be installed in these 18 school zones throughout Tampa.
All right, so also in our Tampa Connection here, Nancy, talk to us about this radioactive device that was put for sale on Facebook Marketplace. What?
Yes, this has been one of our top stories all day, and a Bradenton man, that would be Marco Antonio Benitez Jr., he's 24 years old, and he has been arrested, and he is accused of putting up this highly regulated radioactive device for sale on Facebook Marketplace. He was arrested by the Florida Highway Patrol following an investigation by specialized tracking units. Now, troopers say Benitez stole a moisture density gauge, a controlled device used to test soil and asphalt that contains a dangerous radiological isotope. Because of the serious health risks of radiation exposure, the devices are strictly regulated by the Department of Health. The investigation kicked off when state investigators received a tip about the online listing. Troopers set up an undercover buy, but when the seller failed to show up, investigators went straight to his Bradenton home. Now, specialized troopers conducted a radiation screening from outside the house, which triggered an industrial level alert. Investigators found the radioactive device intact inside the home and recovered it safely. Benitez now faces charges of grand theft and possessing a controlled radiation device without a license. Garrett?
That is quite the unique story there. And now finally, Nancy, on a more serious note here, we're learning more about another double stabbing near USF's campus. What have you been able to learn?
Yeah, so this actually involves a USF student. He is the suspected stabber, and he is believed to be deceased, and also involves another USF student who is believed to be his roommate, as well as a third person. So this double stabbing happened at an off-campus student housing complex near USF yesterday. And the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office says a man called 911 around 4:30 yesterday morning to report that he and another person had been stabbed at the Halo 46 apartments. That's located on North 46th Street. Now, both victims were taken to the hospital, and they are in stable condition. Now, according to USF police, the suspect and one of the victims are roommates and students at USF. The second victim is not affiliated with the university. So later yesterday afternoon, deputies were called to a separate scene about a mile away, and that would be at the Union on Fletcher Apartments, and there investigators found one person dead. Detectives believe that that person who was found on East Fletcher Avenue is the suspect from the stabbing that occurred early yesterday morning. Students at Halo 46 said they were walking out of their apartments and they saw a massive police presence, yellow crime scene tape, as well as trails of blood lining the hallways and the stairwells. Investigators have not yet said how the suspect died or what led to the initial stabbing or the second stabbing. And it's also unclear how the second stabbing victim is connected to these USF students. And the name of the suspect, that deceased suspect, has been withheld pending family notification. Garrett.
All right, Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection today.
Thank you.
Now it's time for our Florida Live forecast. I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren, who is joining me live. And Noah, what just a beautiful day out there today.
Oh, it was great this morning. I had a lot of people in my inbox that get up early and work outside, and runners, particularly, you'd appreciate this, that were telling me about how nice of a change it was. I love talking to people. We all do. Brooks, just we all get we go through everybody's emails, and I gotta say, this morning it was like unanimous. Nobody's asking or talking about anything else, but oh my gosh, it felt amazing.
Yeah, there's nothing else to talk about because we don't often. This is a treat in June this time of year. Yeah.
Yeah, and the good news is we're going to get it for about 2 more days too. So if you haven't been able to enjoy the taste of earlier spring in June, you got a couple more days. In fact, it's really nice outside, and there's the view from my drive. Low humidity, that's the key now. It's an unusual pattern to yield this. Garrett and I were here talking about this yesterday about how this can happen, and I'll show you that in a second. But we have a coastal low up by the Carolinas that's pushing down dry air basically all the way up from the northeast into central Florida. So it feels like it does up in Pittsburgh right now or in Philly all the way into Orlando. And it's just a few puffy clouds, a little bit of a light breeze. In fact, places this morning in the Panhandle almost got to the 40s for lows. Yeah, I'll show you that in a second. It was pretty wild this morning. A couple of clouds lingering from Lake Fairview. Now, the interesting thing is that a lot of these clouds are actually not coming from the north. They're coming from a tropical system in the Gulf that's pushing clouds way high up eastward. We'll show you that also in a second. So 85 there. Port Canaveral, pretty good. A couple of passing clouds. Things look pretty nice out there. Here's the view from our Grills Melbourne camera. Things are looking nice as well. Just a little bit of a breeze, 83. But again, the headline is it feels great out. Gusty winds, cooler. The humidity is plummeting and will continue to do so. So peak wind gusts today and heading into tomorrow are going to probably be in the 25, 30 mile an hour range. Still going to be gusty for your Saturday. Winds really come down, though, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, and that's when we get warming up again, lighter winds, and the humidity will start to come back. So as long as we have this gusty north wind today, tomorrow, Saturday, it's going to feel great. Then it starts to switch around as we go into the later part of this weekend. So winds right now gusting from the northeast, 15 to 25 miles an hour. That breeze will continue tonight. It may subside a little bit after sunset, then it'll pick back up again tomorrow. But the dew point tells the story. Dew point of 59 right now in Orlando. That is uncommon to rare. We do have dew point climatology, or other words, records for dew points and humidity. They're not as reliable as our temperature and wind speeds. But this is definitely in the bottom percentile of humidity for June. So statistically speaking, what that means is that if you charted all of the dew points ever recorded in June, just say if there's 100% of them, we're in the 5% and less group of where we are right now, of what we normally see in June. Now, for perspective, 59 dew point right now in Orlando. Let me show you that on our dew point guide. A 59 dew point is pleasant and crisp. For June, this hardly ever happens. Normally, in the month of June, we are up in the very humid to tropical category. Certainly July, August, we're always up in that tropical category of mid to high 70s dew points. But right now we're talking about pleasant conditions to crisp, and that will stick with us for a couple of days. So here's the headlines for you this afternoon with your forecast. It's feeling more like April the next 2 days. Most places are going to be dry as well. I'm not really seeing any good rain chances until probably maybe the middle part of next week. And heat and humidity is also going to return as we head into next week. Now, I want to do a little bit of live tracking with you here and some annotating because we do have a couple of things I want to point out before we let you go. First, the radar. Things are calm and quiet. Let me flip you to the statewide view. Notice there are some big rains and storms down in South Florida. You can see that over here. Now, there's two things we need to talk about. One of which being now and one being next week. And I'm going to pull up both for you here. So let me zoom you out. And now you can't see it because we don't have Doppler radar over the ocean. Remember, radars are based on land and they only go out so far. Tampa, Miami, Melbourne, New Orleans. So what I'm referring to is right here because you can see all the lightning from space. Right here, can't see it on radar, but if I put it over to the colorized satellite, probably would think that that's a tropical something, and you would be correct. Now, it's not coming towards us. This is going to move up towards Louisiana tomorrow. There's actually coastal flood warnings in effect tomorrow from about the western Florida Panhandle through Mobile over towards Biloxi, then New Orleans, because this little low here that's forming is going to push a lot of east wind and water into those areas tomorrow into Friday. So this is not coming for us. It's moving away from us, but there's a chance tomorrow the Hurricane Center officially designates it as a tropical depression. Tropical depressions don't get named, remember. Tropical storms and up do get named. The first name of the year is Arthur. I don't think this is going to get to the point of Arthur. So the tropical progression is depression, storm, hurricane, and then we all know the categories within hurricane. But to become a tropical storm, the winds have to be over 39 miles an hour. So it could be 38, close to a tropical storm, but it would be just a depression, and depressions don't get named. So we're going to keep close tabs on that over the next couple of days. So tomorrow will be a little bit warmer than I think today was. Temperatures probably getting back close to 90 for your Friday. Already the 5th of June, middle 80s at the beaches. Things are going to look pretty good there in terms of that. Now, the futurecast over the next couple of days, there's really not much to look at over the next few hours. In fact, it's dry. Here's this evening, 7:30, it's dry. Here we go into Friday. A few passing clouds, it's dry. And here you can see over on the left side of your screen, this over here, that's that unnamed weak tropical low that's going to spin up towards New Orleans and Louisiana over the next couple of days. But the rest of the Atlantic remains pretty quiet. And the big reason why is because there's a lot of dust. All that brown air, all that brown is dust. And what dust does in the tropical Atlantic is makes it really hard to get tropical storms to form. So the rest of the tropics is quiet. But again, the headline for us right now is the drop in humidity, and it feels really nice, Garrett. I mean, a treat like this in June doesn't happen often. We'll take it. I'm here for it. But summer weather definitely looks to come back next week.
Of course.
Yes.
Of course. But yeah, I mean, really not much indication that it is June when you're talking about a dry stretch and lower humidity. Kind of crazy.
Drought is still a headline too. We haven't talked about that much lately. We still do need a good amount of rain at some point.
All right. With Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Noah Berggren, we appreciate you joining us with our Florida Live forecast. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on Fox 35 TV. Big story brewing down in South Florida, and it all has to do with a controversy surrounding the fuel depot at Port Miami. And so joining us live now to talk about this, pleased to be joined this afternoon by Elaine DeValle, who is the founder of Political Cortadito, joining us live now via Zoom. And Elaine, thank you so much for taking the time and joining us here on Florida Live today.
Thank you for having me.
So first of all, to those who may kind of just be hearing of this, just kind of set this up for us, what you've been reporting on and what this controversy is.
Well, it's no secret that Miami has a huge port for cruise and cargo ships. It's the second biggest economic engine in the county. It's the fifth largest economic engine in the state of Florida. And for years, the ships that go there have been fueling up at a fuel depot at a station that's on Fisher Island that's been privately owned. The government has known about this for years, but recently the owners of that fuel depot put the property up. It's waterfront property on Fisher Island, one of the most expensive zip codes in the country, put the land up for sale. And they sold it to a couple of developers for $180 million. The county, realizing that it should have purchased the property then, is now in negotiations with those developers who, I might add, are well known in the community and make a lot of contributions to the county mayor and commissioners, that is equal to about $400 million. So they're going to make a 230% profit in 8 months without painting a single thing, without putting a single nail. They've been leasing the property out to the operators who do fuel the ships. So they've been making money off of it already anyway. And basically, there was a proposal for the county to purchase the property from them at $400 million. It looks like that proposal, which was going to be discussed at the commission meeting on June 16th, has been withdrawn by the sponsoring commissioner, Raquel Regalado, probably because of all of this. late last night, the county's chief operating officer, Jimmy Morales, who has a long history in the county, used to be a commissioner, was the Miami Beach city manager as well, resigned over this. So did our port director, Heidi Webb. And in Jimmy Morales' resignation letter, he states specifically that he and the administration had a disagreement about the transaction and the process by which this was made. My sources say that the mayor wants to reject this completely. It doesn't look good, and wants to go through eminent domain proceedings, which could take years, and nobody knows how that could end up. It could end up in the favor of the county. It could end up in favor of the private owners, because the land is worth more for them than $400 million if they build luxury condos. But this is really about a public asset, something that should have been a public asset many years ago. This is not something that just sprung up out of nowhere. People have known that this was there for decades. It's a century old, and it's been for sale for a couple of years. The county last year started negotiating to buy it. The private developers moved faster, and now it looks like the county's going to end up paying for it. So that's where we're at.
And why do you think we're seeing such major fallout from this right now with these resignations?
It's a huge hit to our port. Not having a fuel depot would basically decimate the Port of Miami, which has, like I said, it's one of the biggest economic engines. I think it produces something like $60 billion to our local economy. There are 360,000 jobs. Those are families, 360,000 families who depend on jobs there. If all of a sudden the cruise and cargo ships, which are floating on the water, decide that they don't want to come to Miami because they can't fuel up here, that's going to be a major blow for us. And so it's a failure on the county's part because they knew about this. And I feel bad for Jimmy Morales and for Heidi Webb because, yes, they are the administrators who were mostly involved in this. But the county mayor knew about this. The commissioners knew about this for years. And this is not a surprise to anybody. So they're being kind of the fall guys. And this is why it's coming to a head now. You know, the Fisher Island residents have sued the county to stop the $400 million deal from happening because they don't want the fuel depot there anymore, even though it's been there from before the community was there. So this is a story that has legs. We're going to continue. I'm going to continue reporting on it. It's got a couple of different angles already forming in drafts that I'm going to be posting later today or tomorrow. So, you know, the new interim director of the port is Frederick Wong, who was the port director in Jacksonville, and I believe still lives there. So that's interesting. He leaves every Friday at noon to go home. So this is, like I said, this story's got legs.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I mean, for those who hear this and say, why should I care? It sounds like this is something that has kind of far-reaching consequences.
It does. It does. Like I said, this is a major economic engine in the county. We're known for having one of the biggest cruise industry hubs in the world, and this can seriously damage them. Now, it's not going to cost taxpayers $400 million. I want everybody to understand that, you know, the Port Miami is what they call I forgot the name, but it's a fund that is. They have their own money. It doesn't come out of the general fund. And so they have money in that fund, and they also have commitments, I think, from the major cargo and cruise companies to cover the cost of the $400 million now fuel depot, which might be the most expensive fuel depot in the country. But it still shows an error on the county's part because they could have had this for $180 million just 8 months ago. And I'm a very jaded person being a political blogger in Miami. The people who bought the property, the developers, are very politically connected. They're going to be making a 230% profit in 8 months. And it's hard for me to believe that nobody in the county knew that was going to happen when they're close. They're people who, these are, you know, the related groups, George Perez, Russell Galbert, who owns more property in Miami Beach than I think anybody else. These are, you could say that they're Miami's fathers in a way. They've built so much of it. Why would they, try to, make such a huge profit off of the county like this? It just seems like there's something else going on, and that's why I'm going to keep reporting on it.
Yeah, a lot of questions still to be answered. Elaine DeValle, founder of Political Cortadito, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live this afternoon.
Thank you.
We're going to take a break, and we will be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. State CFO Blaise Ngolia was in Marion County this afternoon, where he spoke alongside the Marion County Sheriff Billy Woods, some other law enforcement officials as well. They were talking about immigration enforcement, and the CFO was actually awarding some immigration enforcement grants to law enforcement agencies in the area, and so that's what they were there for. We also heard some remarks from Sheriff Billy Woods in Marion County, talking about why he believes this issue and why it's is so important, and why it's important to continue with these enforcement operations.
Well, let me first start with thanking CFO Ngolia for being here and for this wonderful check. Trying to figure out why Bradford got more than I did, but that's okay. And Senator McClain and Representative Chamberlain, I appreciate both of y'all being here. Chief and Chief Deputy, both of you being here. You know, he nailed it on the head. State of Florida is the best state in the United States. I don't give a crap what anybody thinks, says, or believes. It's the truth. And you know why we're the greatest state? It's because of the individuals that are standing behind me. Representatives and senators like these two, okay? A CFO like him. Now, he was in the same seat as them before being CFO. And they made decisions that said, I'm going to protect the state of Florida. Now, I haven't spoken on this in quite some time. As most of my citizens know, I've been to the border. In the beginning of all this mess, I went to the border with Kat Kamak. I've seen what the border was looking like when they were just pouring across every 1,000 feet by the thousands. And I'm here to tell you, in law enforcement, he's got it. The cartel, they use it. That is their gateway to get the problems here. And the problems are not just on the border of Texas or anywhere else. It affects every single city. Fentanyl is it is starting to slowly come down, but it has not disappeared. Fentanyl has been a problem. Fentanyl is the #1 overdose drug, at least in our area. And I'd be more than confident that if any other county, any other area, or any other state, they'll say the same thing. And the cartel take advantage of this. And they use that open border to get them here. And I know there's a lot of talk out there regarding illegals, immigration, and kicking people out. Well, here's the truth. They came and they did illegal. I don't give a crap what anybody says. They committed a crime by doing that. And I'm going to give each of y'all something personal. I take it personally. My grandmother, in America, she was known as Gilbert Marie Woods. She was born in Paris, France, as Gilbert Marie Dupré. Her and her parents came to the United States at the height of World War I. They got their citizenship. I have records of her at Ellis Island coming in. I remember my grandmother talking to me, how she was proud and got her citizenship because she did it the right way. And I can tell you to this day, although she is gone, she passed away at 95 years old, she knew more about the Constitution than I did. And I find it offensive that people want to just ignore, and say, just let them stay here. And that does not mean, because we enforce it, it does not mean that we don't want people coming here to the United States to have the opportunities that every single one of us have. But you got to do it the right way. Plain and simple as that. And I'm here to tell you, illegals are here. Illegals are everywhere. There are criminals. I have operations going on right now that I have illegals that are committing crimes. I have illegals committing crimes that are individually reported within my county. Same as Brad does. Same as the chief does. We all do. And for us to ignore it, accept it, well, you're enabling it. You're part of the problem of why safety is a major issue in our entire nation. And anybody that helps it, well, you're just as evil as they are. And I wish I could give you some cases right now, but I can't, because I got some good ones. I'll give you some numbers. Weekly, my jail averages probably 30 non-U.S. citizens that are booked into jail weekly. Out of that 30, average probably around 15 to 18 that have detainers. And for those that are viewing on camera, or you in an audience that don't know what that is, that basically means that they are illegal. They are not here the right way. That's just me, Marion County. And I'll hit it one last time. Individuals like these three that's standing behind me know and focus on their local. I know Stan does. Former county commissioner here in Marion County. All right? But their focus is they're not going to let us hang and dry. And a check, regardless of my joke about Bradford County, they do need it more than I do, but the check, they know that, hey, look, this burden should not be on the locals. It shouldn't be there. And we're going to do, what we're going to do is we're going to help them as best as we can, because it's not right. But here's what I will promise you. With or without that check, I promise you, I will put bad guys in jail every minute, and that includes illegal aliens. So, CFO, I appreciate you. I appreciate the stance that you take. I appreciate the work in which you do. And you too, well, you're always at the top of my list, and I appreciate everything. So, thank you, sir.
Sheriff Billy Woods from Marion County speaking in that news conference just a little bit ago. We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. Major League Baseball All-Star Game voting is now open. You can let your voice be heard for your favorite players and see if you can see them represented in the upcoming All-Star Game in about a little over a month from now. The Tampa Bay Rays, don't forget, they're the best team in the American League right now. Would love to see some major representation from Tampa on the field for the All-Star Game. And so joining us live now to talk about the odds of that and maybe some players that you might want to cast your All-Star ballots for. We've got Alex Murphy from Raise the Roof joining us live now. Alex, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me on as always.
All right, so first let's just kind of give us your overview. I know who you think might be most deserving of All-Star status this year. And there really are several players on the Rays that we have seen that are deserving of that honor.
Yeah, so I think, offensively, you go to the three big hitters for the team, Yandy, Jr., Jonathan Aranda. All three of them have been All-Stars previously. Junior was just named third base for MLB's Team of the Month for May. So he's looked really, really solid. Defense, not as much, but the offense, it speaks for itself. Aranda's one of the top run producers in baseball. Yandy's been one of the most underrated, and he shouldn't be underrated anymore. Just one of the most consistent hitters in baseball over the last couple of years, and he's continued that this season. So all three of those guys 100% deserve consideration. Nick Martinez, outside of his start yesterday, has been one of the best pitchers in baseball, without a doubt. He's been arguably definitely the signing of the offseason for the Rays. He's shown ace potential, and he's shown ace stuff time in and time out again, aside from yesterday's outing against Detroit. But, still, even with that outing, fantastic stuff. You could even throw Shane McClanahan in there if you wanted to, because I know that he's still working to get himself stretched out as a starter, but he has looked fantastic so far. He's looked really, really comfortable. I know I talked with him when he was in Baltimore. He's just loving the fact that he's on the mound. He's pitching every fifth day, and he's putting up good stats. And then in the bullpen, Brian Baker has been just an absolute stud. He has that crazy closer type energy that you want from someone in that position. He really relishes in the role, and he's been one of the best closers in baseball so far. And is one of the leaders in saves in Major League Baseball, and I think just tied Fernando Rodney in his 2012 season, which is one of the best seasons from a reliever in Major League Baseball history, with 16 saves before the month of June. So really, really impressive stuff from all six of those guys. I know five of those guys are there, but all of them just really, really have been the backbone of this team over the first 2 months of the year.
And you never know what's going to happen in the All-Star voting. It's just kind of a roll of the dice. You never know what's going to happen. But we know that every team gets at least one All-Star. So if there is only one from the Rays, who do you think is most deserving?
God, that is tough, because all six of the guys that I mentioned are really, really solid. Not to single one guy out over another, but I would say Nick Martinez, because of just how dominant that he's been and how much of a surprise that he's been on top of that, because he's shown some solid potential when he was with the Reds, when he was with the Padres, after pitching overseas. But just what he's done this season has been just absolutely incredible. I would say after him, it would be like Yandy and Aranda would be tied. And I'd probably give the edge to Yandy there, because he hits 300, over 300 every year. He has like a 160 WRC plus consistently. The OPS is 900, 1,000, just incredible stuff there. But yeah, if I was to single someone out specifically, I would say that Martinez would get the nod if there was to be just one, just because of what he's been able to do so far.
Well, let's hope there's not just one. Let's hope there's more than one, because there are so many that are deserving. You love seeing the Rays doing so well on the field this year. They're just a fun team to watch, and I certainly hope that they get the recognition that they're due from other parts of the country, because it'll take some votes from elsewhere too to get some of those Rays players in that All-Star game. But I tell you what, it has been fun to watch the Rays this year. They have certainly been doing well, and this is your reminder, everyone out there, to make sure you cast those All-Star ballots and get some of these Rays in the All-Star game. Well, Alex Murphy, Raise the Roof, always enjoy talking with you. Thanks for joining us here on Florida Live today.
I appreciate it as always.
Well, we are out of time here on Florida Live, but I want to let you know that our live streaming news coverage will continue at 3 o'clock on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook. Standing by, waiting to hear some remarks from the president, going to be speaking in the Oval Office at the White House, making some sort of announcement about coal. We're not really sure what the announcement might be, but we'll be listening in for that when it begins. A couple of other things that we're tracking at this hour, too. So again, if you're watching on Fox Local, YouTube, or Facebook, sit tight. We'll be back in just a minute with more. If you're joining us on Fox 35 right now, thanks for joining us on Florida Live here, and we will see you next time.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, 3 o'clock on this Thursday, and thanks so much for taking the time to spend it with us. There's a number of things we're tracking right now. We are waiting to hear from President Trump, going to be making an announcement shortly from the White House, going to be talking about coal, making some sort of announcement about that. He often does take questions at these Oval Office news conferences and announcements, so we will see what he's asked. We'll be live streaming that. You'll be able to watch that here on Fox Local if it starts in the next little bit. If not, you'll be able to watch it on the Fox 35 Orlando YouTube page, so you can watch it there for full coverage of that event. So again, that's expected any minute now. We will get you to it as soon as it begins. A couple of other things that we are watching this afternoon. The Senate is debating ICE funding, Border Patrol funding, some other things like that. They've had a very busy day today on the Senate side, doing what they call a vote-a-rama, where it's just so many different votes on a number of different bills and things like that. So it's been a busy day on Capitol Hill, where we have heard from a number of lawmakers and officials as well. Testifying, members of the Trump administration testifying on the House side today in some budget hearings and talking about their priorities. So just a lot of different things going on in Washington, D.C. that we've been keeping an eye on throughout the day as well. So that's kind of where things stand right now at this 3 o'clock hour. But we want to start here while we're waiting on the president to begin speaking. A special ceremony today in DeLand where we had the grand opening or a grand reopening of DeLand Fire Station 83. It was a major expansion and renovation project there. And we heard from the DeLand mayor, from the fire chief as well, talking about why that project was so important and what it's going to do for folks in DeLand and Volusia County, why that's such an important step.
Well, thank you, and I think you can be seated. I'm also joined here this morning by Commissioner Richard Paiva, So on behalf of us and the entire City Commission, congratulations and thank you for what you do day in and day out. You know, this area of town has been growing tremendously, and so it's important that our first responders have what they need to serve this community. It's been a process. Remember coming out here on Thanksgiving and visiting with the firefighters that were on duty, and they were literally living in this bay. There was a modular building sitting right in here, and kind of the couch and everything out here. And so thank you for living through that, and hopefully it was all worth it, and that you'll enjoy the new space, or you have been enjoying the new space. For the City of DeLand, public safety is one of our top priorities, and we want to make sure that the community knows that, and that you as our dedicated firefighters know that as well. So thank you, everyone, and again, congratulations.
Thank you, Mayor. And I wanted to say also, our city manager, Michael Ployce, was unable to attend today due to another meeting, but we do have our assistant city manager, Michael Grebos, here today. So thanks for coming, Mike. So first, before I get going into what I want to say, there's some thank yous that need to go out. And first and foremost, again, thank you, Mayor Cloudman and the City Commission, for your continued support of public safety. It goes a long way. We appreciate it. Thank you to City Manager Michael Ployce for his support and guidance through the process. Thank you to City Engineer Ray Barami, who's here. Thanks for your support through it and your hard work through the process. In addition, Public Works Director Ray Underwood and all the facilities, and from the time this started, getting all the prep ready for this event today. Thank you. Also, I want to mention Utilities Director Jim Ailes, who was, we had a lot of utility work that had to be done out here as well, and so we had to work with that group, so thank you for that. A special thank you to the architects Johnny Lowrum and Jeremy Cox from JL2 for their vision, their direction, and keeping the project on course. And then the company who won the bid, Qualis Construction, they did excellent work, and a special thank you to Bryson Herman and Matt Pitts through that process. Also, I want to thank some of our people internally inside the department. I want to thank Deputy Chief Justin Deasy, who is my right-hand man through this process, and I appreciate it. Division Chief Mike Vasquez, with all the logistical work that went in and all the fine details that had to go into this project. And then, as the mayor said, a special thank you to our crews who had to endure living in a trailer in the middle of the bay for 6 months. Not ideal conditions, but certainly you guys were troopers through the whole thing, so I appreciate it, really do. So as the mayor alluded to, this type of project doesn't happen overnight. It requires years of planning, evaluation, and commitment. And most importantly, it requires leaders who are willing to look beyond today's needs and prepare for tomorrow's challenges. Thank you again to our city management and city commission for that foresight. This fire station originally opened April of 2007, and at that time, Southeast DeLand looked a lot different than it does today. Since then, we've experienced significant growth in this area, bringing new opportunities, new neighbors, and increased demands for emergency services. As our community grows, your fire department must grow with it. Our responsibility is simple. When someone calls 911, when they call 911, help has to arrive quickly, professionally and with the resources necessary to make a difference. Whether it's a fire threatening a home, difficult moments, every second matters. Over 3 years ago, we began the evaluation of service demands in this area and found that call volume had increased 25% over just the few years previously. The data clearly showed that growth would continue, and we needed to prepare now for the future that was taking shape. That planning included expanding this station, adding capacity for our additional personnel and equipment, and ordering a new ladder truck, a process that in of itself took over 2 years from order to delivery. Projects like this require patience, foresight, and a commitment to serving future generations as well as current residents. A fire station is much more than a building. It's one of the most visible promises a community can make to its citizens. It stands ready 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for anyone who needs help. It represents safety, preparedness, and service. One thing I've always noticed, and I found interesting, is how often people refer to their neighborhood fire station as their fire station. That's my fire station. Not just the fire station, but my fire station. There is something meaningful in that. It reflects a sense of ownership, trust, and connection. People know that this station that serves their home, serves their family, and responds when they need help. In many ways, it becomes part of the fabric of the neighborhood. That is exactly how we approach this project. As we designed this renovation and expansion, our focus remained on two priorities: taking care of the community and taking care of those people who serve it. The strength of a community is often reflected in the services it chooses to build, maintain, and pass on to the next generation. This station is an example of that commitment. One of the most important features incorporated in this station is something many people may never see, but is one of the most significant investments we made. Cancer prevention and firefighter wellness are central considerations throughout this project. Studies have shown that firefighters face significant, greater risk of developing and dying from cancer due to repeated exposure to carcinogens encountered during emergency incidents. These hazards often remain in our protective gear, equipment, and even in the air long after the fire has been extinguished. To address this risk, the station was designed with dedicated decontamination areas separate from the living area, designed gear storage, and improved workout facilities. These design features help reduce long-term exposure to these harmful contaminants and ensure the continued health of the men and women who protect this community every day. That investment is more than firefighter wellness. It's about ensuring that when you call for help, experienced and healthy firefighters are there to answer the call. Taking care of our community taking care of our firefighters ultimately helps take care of our community. We also incorporated individual bunk rooms, providing privacy and improved living conditions for our diverse workforce. Firefighters spend nearly 1/3 of their lives in stations like this. Creating an environment that supports rest, recovery, and wellness helps ensure that they are ready to perform at their best when the alarm sounds. Most importantly, this project represents the investment of the people in the southeast DeLand. Every decision made throughout the renovation was guided by one question: how does this help serve their community? The answer is reflected through the station in the expanded capabilities, improved equipment, and enhanced firefighter safety feature, and the capacity to meet the growing city. My final thought is this: no one plans on the day they need the fire department, yet when that day comes, whether it's a medical emergency, a fire, a storm, or a problem that somebody feels is overwhelming, you can expect us to answer the call. That is our promise to you. This building represents more than concrete, steel, and equipment. It represents preparedness, it represents service, and it represents a commitment to protecting the quality of life that makes DeLand such a special place to live, to work, and to raise a family. As our community continues to evolve, so will our fire department. We will continue to plan, adapt, and invest in the capabilities to meet tomorrow's challenges while honoring the trust you place in us. Because this is not just our fire station, it's your fire station. And we will stand by to serve the people of Southwest DeLand for the years to come.
Big ceremony there and announcement earlier today in DeLand. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us. I want to give you a live look at the White House. We are standing by waiting for remarks any minute now from President Trump, expected to make an announcement about coal from the Oval Office of the White House. So we will get you to that event, that announcement, that news conference as soon as it begins. Right now, though, I want to get you to Capitol Hill, where there's a House Committee, Homeland Security, holding a hearing about China's role in the fentanyl crisis. Let's go ahead and listen in live this afternoon on Capitol Hill.
Challenge is far greater than it might first appear, which makes redoubling the efforts even more important. On the other hand, regarding criminal money laundering, Chinese money launderers are perhaps the largest money launderers in the world, and so that would be a larger body of criminals that would be more easily affected by sanctions.
Thank you. Mr. Yates, when most picture the drug trade, they think of secret drug labs in the dark corners, far away from law enforcement. But in China, factories producing fentanyl or precursor appear from the outside to be perfectly legitimate business. They have open doors, receptionists, and the like. Couldn't you say Beijing is allowing the trade that is killing so many Americans to happen in the open?
It's hard for me to judge that fairly because I feel personally affected. I feel an intent where others may not see the intent, but I think the net effect is the same. What the Select Committee on Strategic Competition with China found was an immense amount of evidence that the government had written into its own regulations to reimburse the value-added taxes that were related to these transactions. And so when you have illicit gangs engaged in something, that's one thing. But when you have the actual government writing code that gives tax rebates to the companies that are involved in something that is illegal in China and illegal to export, it gets back to that fundamental question, are you negotiating with a government counterpart in good faith? And my answer is no.
Thank you. Doctor, what specific indicators would you demonstrate that Guam is at an elevated risk due to our strategic geographic location as a destination or transit point for the flow of precursor drugs?
Thank you for the question. Number one measurement is purely geographic distance. Guam is simply very close to the PRC homeland. And number two, just looking at the condition of hospital facilities on Guam, and that literally makes Guam vulnerable. And thirdly, looking at human trafficking as well as the flow of people, even not just talking about human trafficking, just the natural flow of people. If Chinese people were able to walk the line and then go across the Mexican border, come to U.S. mainland, then there is another possible route. If they could potentially get a visa and then land in Guam through transit hubs like Seoul, and then the natural consequences could be imagined if that tourist visa holder turned out to be a drug trafficker. So from that point of view, geography, the condition of a hospital and healthcare, as well as the visa or the blurred boundary between illegal and the legal immigrant makes Guam vulnerable.
Thank you. What do you think how can we deter possible exploitations by transnational criminal organizations?
There are two perspectives, I'd say. One is from counter money laundering perspective, and this is where I think the PRC would have strong incentive to work with America, because money laundering and directly related to a Chinese capital flight. And then secondly is about pressuring China to reduce their industrial subsidies to the chemical industry.
Thank you, all of you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. You know, recognizing how deadly fentanyl is, you would think in a normal scenario, China could do more to block a broader list of these chemicals, which obviously can be used for fentanyl production. So do you think it should be something that United States negotiators should be doing?
Thank you for the question. I think China would not want to change. It simply will not change because of external pressure. China will change only if it realized that there is a cost for not just the Chinese people, but also for Chinese policymakers, as well as for the Communist Party of China. And that cost would come from not just negotiation, but also pressure and leverage. Now, pressure and the leverage comes not just from tariff, but also through targeted sanctions. And the reason I emphasize targeted sanctions is because China has been actively building an alternative payment system that is based in renminbi. If China were able to broaden its renminbi-based financial system, that is going to make China very hard to be deterred and very hard to be sanctioned. I'm not saying that a renminbi-based financial system is going to make China immune to U.S. sanctions, but it's going to significantly weaken our sanction power.
Absolutely. Do you want to add to that?
I strongly support the idea of expanding the list. I think that it allows for some discipline to be imposed upon the legitimate industries, and if there's accountability there, it's ultimately the legitimate industries that the illicit networks are parasitical beneficiaries, and so we might have a better chance of having people who are in the legitimate business having more power and will to enforce than talking to a government negotiator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I would recommend, first of all, scheduling illicit drugs and all precursors that are known to be used in the manufacture of those illicit drugs. And secondly, to the point of China's geostrategic interests, we need to provide incentives to make them want to comply and disincentives if they don't.
Thank you very much for those wonderful responses to all of our questions. I want to thank the members for participating, and I want to thank the witnesses for your valuable testimony. Thank you so much. The members of the subcommittee may have some additional questions for the witness, and we will ask you to respond to those in writing. Pursuant to committee rules, all members.
This committee meeting coming to an end on Capitol Hill. So we're glad we were able to listen into a little bit of that. We are still standing by waiting for President Trump to begin speaking in the Oval Office. So right now we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let's get you live inside the Oval Office where President Trump is speaking live right now.
These are proud people from Oklahoma. They came from Oklahoma, a company from Oklahoma, to do it. But you notice the American flag, he's proudly showing off his work. You know he's not a liberal and or a progressive. Used to be liberal, but they changed their name somewhere along the way because liberal wasn't working, but progressive doesn't work too. Well, the progressive is a beautiful term. They are not progressive. They're degressive. You got that? What do you think? Huh? Daniel's great. He's a great reporter. And again, we have a picture of a gentleman in a cart. Proudly, this is the head of construction for the job. So you can see it's just finished. This is just minutes before. And there's a gentleman named Secretary Burgum from Interior, Doug, who's been doing an incredible job. So Doug, we have 22 waterfalls. Most of them haven't worked for over 50 years. As of this morning, they all work beautifully, and they're clean. The graffiti's gone. The broken marble is fixed. Well, there's a way of fixing it. You use a thing called silicone and you fix them. And they look beautiful. All of the hate and everything is removed from them. Some of them done through stupidity, actually, but hate. But here's another picture. Now you can tell this is a proud American because he's got a flag. Protesters never have, the bad protesters never have flags up. They somehow don't like the flag too much, but we do. So that's great. We put in today, as you know, about Save America, the Save America Act. I don't know, someday the Senate and the House will get it done, although I must tell you the House has approved it about 3 times already. Save America Act right here. We have, everybody can see that. And then we'll talk about clean, beautiful coal. You're not allowed to say coal within the Trump administration unless it's preceded by the words clean, beautiful. Complicates our life, but it's good, right, Chris, wherever you made it? It is clean and beautiful. I'll tell you, it's effective. So the Save America Act is all voters must show photo ID. So you go to vote and you show photo ID. Not complicated, right? You know, who could oppose it? They say it's an 80-20. It's not. It's about 99-1, and we'll never find the one person. Andy, congratulations, Andy, on a big victory.
Thank you for your help.
That's a great. I appreciate it, but you're very good at what you do, and I've been backing you right from the beginning for a long time, right?
Backing you too, sir.
For years. That's right. You have. Thank you. Congratulations. You won a big election. So you have all voters must show photo ID, identification. All voters must show a little thing called proof of citizenship. Would you say that's 99-1, Mr. Pennsylvania?
I would say that's maybe 100 to 0.
I would think so. They say
it should be.
No, but they say it's 80-20. It's not 80-20. It's 99. And we've never found the one person. There's another one. Then you have no mail-in ballots, but we want to be liberal, as they say. Or we'll say we want to be progressive. So it's no mail-in ballots. You see that's what's happening in California. They're rigging the election. Now, maybe we caught them, and maybe they won't be able to get away with it. They tried with me. They did it successfully the second time. The third time, we made it too big to rig. Too many votes. They couldn't do it. They can only go. So they gave up at about 9:07 when they got slaughtered with the votes that came in. But no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. So we're being very progressive, and we just don't want cheating in our elections. And you see it happening in California. Those numbers are coming down rapidly. They found a lot of mail-in ballots last night, shockingly. So we don't want that. Then we added best of. This is best of Trump. No men in women's sports. No transgender mutilization surgery for our children. I would say that's pretty close to 99-1 also. No men in women's sports. I would say that's pretty good. We had the quarterback, Jackson is the quarterback for the Giants. He's a big, strong guy. And I said, how do you think you do in women's sports, Jackson? He said, pretty good, sir. He didn't know I was joking. He was not worried, so let me put it that way. He would have been the greatest athlete in the history of women's sports. You got to see the size of this guy, like a male model, and he's going to be a great quarterback. So we talk about that, and so we just would like the Senate, Democrats, Republicans to pass it. Interestingly, Democrat people, not crooked politicians, because most of them are crooked, or they're sick, or they're Trump deranged. There is Trump derangement syndrome, but the people, it's 86, 87%. Democrats. I mean, Democrats are fun. I have a lot of Democrat friends, but I don't know, for some reason when they go into politics, they get radical left crazy, and they're trying to destroy our country, but we're not going to let that happen. So today we're taking historic action to bring down the price of energy and the cost of living for all Americans with the power of clean, beautiful coal. If you look at China, if you look at so many of the successful countries, they're using coal. If you look at some of the real great failures countries, they're using wind. Just keeps blowing, 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 and puts you right out of business. Very expensive.
President Trump speaking live right now from the Oval Office, making an announcement about coal. We are out of time here on Fox 35 News.